Kayal. With the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Their video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you!
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
A look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Thursday, November 21st, 2024. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. Justice for Laken Riley, that from President-elect Donald Trump on Wednesday on the conviction of the illegal immigrant who murdered 22-year-old Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. Fox's Jeff Manasso with more.
After days of gut-wrenching evidence and testimony in Laken Riley's murder, a judge in Athens, Georgia, convicting Venezuelan national Jose Ibarra, giving him life in prison without parole. Riley's mom, Allison, in court.
This monster took away our chances to see Laken graduate from nursing school. He destroyed our chances of meeting our grandchildren, and he took my best friend.
The case thrust into the national spotlight over the ongoing border crisis. Ibarra crossed into the U.S. illegally in 2022. Last year, the federal government paid for his flight to Georgia shortly after he was arrested on 2 other crimes in New York. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Vice President-elect J.D. Vance looking to sway senators on President-elect Donald Trump's cabinet nominees that they may find controversial, even those within his own party. Fox's Peter Ducey is in West Palm Beach, Florida, with more.
J.D. Vance is going to be in the Senate with Pete Hegseth meeting with Republican senators. He did that with Matt Gaetz, and here's the pitch. He put it on X. He said, Donald J. Trump just won a major electoral victory. His coattails turned a 49-51 Senate to a 53-47 Senate. He deserves a cabinet that is loyal to the agenda he was elected to implement. Bloomberg is reporting another pick is in to lead the FDA. Johns Hopkins Medical School professor and frequent Fox guest, Dr. Marty McCary.
Other nominees facing uncertainty regarding their confirmations include Director of National Intelligence nominee Tulsi Gabbard and Department of Health and Human Services Secretary nominee Robert F. Kennedy Jr. 2 Republican congressmen are forming a caucus dedicated to the incoming Trump administration's new DOGE group. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal has more details on that this morning.
Florida Republican Congressman Aaron Bean teamed up with Texas Rep. Pete Sessions to found the DOGE caucus. The plan is to work with the incoming Trump administration's Department of Government Efficiency group, led by Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. Bean highlighted some of the spending he's been questioning.
$1.5 million to study the effect of yoga on goats.
Bean told the Fox News Rundown podcast that after DOGE shines a light on some of the waste,
Congress then is under its structure of budgeting and spending and appropriating is going to have to make some changes on how we do business.
He says he hopes some Democrats will work with them on this spending as well. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
We are now less than 2 months away from January 20th, 2025. That is the day that President-elect Trump goes back to the White House. I'm Ted Lindner on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Kayal and Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
You've been served by the District Court 1210. You're hereby scheduled to fulfill your sentence on this 20th day of November 2024, starting at the base of the Art Museum stairs.
On your mark, get set, go! Come on.
Hold the flag up, Jimmy.
Here he comes.
There it is.
There he comes.
There it is.
Look at that. Look at that.
Well, we made it. My bet settled.
He did that pretty quickly, too.
Yeah, 32 seconds.
That's what, 32 seconds into a 72-step flight? That's not bad.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. How much I love the work the Chapman family team has done in my home, especially that wall of glass patio doors that replaced some windows when you walk into my foyer area. You know by now if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. But did you know they also install shutters? A perfect complement to your new windows. For the month of November, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding is giving away a pair of shutters when you purchase 2 pairs. The right shutters can really enhance the curb appeal of your home. Whether you or somebody you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, or hardware, just give them a call. You can text them. They're local. 610-431-8898. That's 610-431-8898. You can always take a virtual tour online, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Get all the details. That's ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When the market reaches all-time highs, investors who try to sell high are met with the same excuses from their broker. You're in it for the long haul. Stay the course. Don't sell now, you'll miss out on opportunity. But crash-proof consumers have not missed out on the recent market highs.
Kathleen Ralco from Langhorne, PA. I haven't missed out on growth opportunity this year. As a matter of fact, we've capitalized on it with crash-proof. With the crash-proof retirement system, we've gotten over 10% this year. The market can still go down, but I don't lose any of that money. And it's no fees charged to that. I'm getting the benefits of the stock market, but I don't have the downsides to it. It's not too good to be true. We're living proof of it. It works.
You don't have to choose between security and opportunity. Schedule an appointment by calling 1-800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you are injured in an accident, we'll work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Choosing the right candidates for any office can be difficult.
My office has lots of drama.
My office has its ups and downs.
I share my office. But no matter what kind of office you have, one thing's for certain. If you're hiring, you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds the most qualified candidates for your roles fast. and you can invite your top choices to apply. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So, for any kind of office,
I'm really going places in my office.
My office has everything you could ever want.
count on ZipRecruiter to find the right candidates for it. Try ZipRecruiter for free today at ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ziprecruiter.com/free.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Business Report.
On Wall Street Wednesday, the Dow broke a 4-session losing streak, gaining 140 points. The S&P 500 up just over 1/10 of a point. The Nasdaq lost 21. Netflix hit an all-time high for the third straight day. Bitcoin closed at close to 95,000. That's set an all-time high. This is Fox Business can confirm President-elect Trump is looking to form a new White House position that focuses solely on cryptocurrency. NVIDIA surpassed expectations in its latest earnings report, detailing revenue of $35.08 billion. That's up 94% from a year ago. Profits $19.31 billion for the latest quarter. That's more than double the same period as last year, but its stock still slipped after hours. Target missed earnings expectations. Its stock fell over 20% Wednesday. Today we get details on existing home sales figures for October and the weekly unemployment numbers. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Linda McMahon is President-elect Trump's pick for Education Secretary. She's the former CEO of World Wrestling Entertainment, WWE, was in charge of the Small Business Administration during the first Trump administration, served 2 years on the Connecticut State Board of Education, and ran unsuccessfully for Senate twice. The president-elect said during the campaign the department shouldn't even exist.
One other thing I'll be doing very early in the administration is closing up the Department of Education in Washington, D.C., and sending all education and education work and needs back to the states.
The Department of Education started operating in 1980 with congressional authorization, and President-elect Trump can't eliminate it without Congress. But he can have McMahon there, pushing for more school choice and parents' rights, he says, and giving more of its power back to the states.
To actually make it toothless, you would probably really require an act of Congress. And the power of the Department of Education is not the department, but the programs it administers and it runs.
Matt Barnum covers education for the Wall Street Journal.
And so to change things, you would really have to change the programs, and that requires Congress.
Interesting. So you'd have to really go thing by thing by thing.
Yeah. So, for instance, there's a program called Title I, and that's money for poor school districts, schools that serve a lot of kids in poverty. That money goes for teachers and aides and tutoring of students. That's in federal law that existed before the Department of Education. Of course, you could repeal that law. You could say, we're not going to fund Title I anymore, but that's politically really tough. Title I's pretty popular with parents and teachers, and that's a question of whether, President Trump would want to do that or want to take on that fight.
There's talk about, hey, give it back to the states. Yep. Let states, school districts, schools make their own decisions. Here's the money. You do with it what you think you need to do with it. is there an opportunity for more block grants?
Yeah, I mean, that's possible. So you could say, we're not going to take the money away from you, but we're just going to give you more flexibility on how to spend it. And actually, some schools and school leaders might say, like, yeah, give us the money, don't give us the strings. We would really like that. President Trump actually proposed that in his first term, but it didn't go anywhere, in part because the block grant also included cuts, which were really controversial. And when you're taking, like, existing programs, there's always constituencies behind various programs that sort of push back when you try to take it away or block grant it.
You covered it. You covered the Trump administration. You covered the Biden administration. I don't remember education being as much as a priority as he's talked about now. Maybe I'm just misremembering. What did Betsy DeVos do or try to do then?
It wasn't as much of a priority. And frankly, I think it's somewhat ambiguous how big of a priority it's going to be in his second term. In his first term, he appointed Betsy DeVos, whose signature issue was educational choice, funding for students who want to attend private schools. They really didn't make much progress on it, and my sense is that President Trump didn't put a great deal of political capital behind it. Now he's sort of leaned more into what we might call the big bucket of culture war issues in education, and he sort of seems, and his base seem more energized by that, and so it's more plausible that they would put more political capital behind that.
School choice, we're talking about, I assume, tax credits for private schools, tax credits in some cases for religious schools.
Yep.
Is that stuff on the local level, the state level, that's getting more successful, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a surge of private school choice initiatives, which is essentially some sort of public funding or publicly backed support, including tax credit, to support families who want to choose private or homeschool. In a lot of red states, that has been enacted, a surge of enactment in recent years. But there is an interesting asterisk or caveat. In 3 states, some form of school choice was on the ballot a few weeks ago, and it lost in all 3 states, including in 2 very red states with voters. So we'll see how that plays out.
I mean, I guess one of the arguments is why is my tax money going toward your kids' presumably better education? I mean, I guess people without kids could say, why is my tax money going to your kids' education at all? But you could say that about anything. I mean, you don't get tax credits if you want to hire a road crew to fix a pothole.
Right. I sometimes think about it as like a public library analogy. You know, we set up a public library. You don't necessarily get funding to a gift card on Amazon if you're not a patron of the public library. But you know, people could make that argument. Maybe we should support reading outside the public library, and that's some of a version of that argument for private school vouchers. Generally, when there are campaigns on this issue, the real focus on whether it will hurt public schools. And so critics of these programs say that it will end up draining money from the public schools, whereas supporters say it may end up helping public schools and they'll get better through competition.
Right. You've written an awful lot about charter schools. Explain the difference in some cases between charter schools and private schools, and the pros and the cons and the controversies of how they work.
Sure. Yeah. So a private school is a private entity, and that may or may not, probably not, get significant amounts of public funding. A charter school is actually sort of a hybrid between a public and a private school. It's set up by a private, usually a nonprofit board, but it's approved typically by a public agency. In state law, it's defined as public, and they're typically not allowed to have many, if any, admissions requirements, and not allowed to be religious. Though, as a side note, there's some effort to change that and allow them to become more religious. So, but some support, even Democrats have supported charter schools as sort of like a middle ground between private schools and public schools. Republicans have traditionally supported charter schools, but actually President Trump proposed eliminating the charter schools program as part of his block grant effort in his first term. We'll see what he does on charter schools this term.
Same curriculum requirements, same protections for kids in charter schools, that they fall under the same laws.
It actually varies depending on the type of law. So there are some administrative rules or laws that they don't have to comply with, or that they're not bound by, including typically collective bargaining agreements through teachers' unions. But there are other laws that they are required to follow, including administering state standardized tests.
Transgender issues have become large in politics. You talk to a lot of teachers. You talk to a lot of school administrators. How much of a landmine is that really on the ground in schools? Is it as much of a thing as it's said to be?
Without downplaying the importance of the issue, I think on a day-to-day basis in schools, that's not something that's top of mind to most administrators or teachers or other educators that I talk to. We're talking about a small percentage of students, even in sports where many states have enacted bans or restrictions on transgender athletes. When their data has come out, there have often been like 1, 2, 3 trans students in a state across a number of years. So it really is not a hyper salient issue in school. That said, it does come up. There are an increasing number of students who identify as trans and say, I want to use the bathroom based on my gender identity, not based on my birth certificate. I want to go by a different name or a different pronoun. And school administrators have to figure out how to deal with that and how to comply with sometimes competing and complex state and local laws on the issue.
And there are competing philosophies, not just with those issues, but others. Yeah. Parental choice is how it's framed. It's others may frame it as student rights, children's rights to be able to make their own decisions and do what they want.
Yeah. And actually what's interesting is I think the parental rights argument is a little nuanced. I've spoken to parents of trans students who feel that their rights are being violated by various state laws. And on the other hand, California has passed a law about not disclosing a student's gender identity or sexual orientation to a parent without the child's consent. And so that also raises parental rights issues on the other side.
What happens with Title IX? It was a women's rights law years ago. The Biden administration has broadened it to include gender identification, sexuality. Could Trump undo that?
The short answer is yes, that Trump should be able to essentially undo this rule that the Biden administration has attempted to put in place that extends protections of Title IX to gender identity and sexual orientation to transgender people. Trump can undo that. He has said he would undo that. Courts have already stopped much of the Biden administration rule from being implemented anyway, but Trump will have the ability to say, we're not going to enforce that rule. I believe the timeline, it may take a little bit, but he will be able to do that. I think an interesting question is whether he even goes further and says, actually, Title IX doesn't just not include protections based on transgender identity, but prohibits trans students from accessing bathrooms or sports teams based on their gender identity.
There's also a lot of furor about books in a few states. Is that just the kind of thing that goes up and down with different administrations in different times? The tastes change and politics change.
I think that is mostly a state and local issue, and so it depends. There are more states and localities and districts who have put in place certain book restrictions or have removed books from shelves that they say are not appropriate for children and that critics say amount to book banning. And so I think that is really varying on a local level. I believe that President Trump has made some comments about restricting. He certainly has made comments to restricting what he describes as inappropriate material. I think I would be a little surprised if he really digs in on the book issue because that's pretty local.
Yeah. Another thing the federal government has to, the National School Lunch Program is something that they administer. Free subsidized lunches, but there are requirements for nutrition and things like that. Is there any criticism of that program, or is it just pretty much chugging along?
There had been an expansion of the program during the pandemic to include all students. So instead of saying if your family makes below a certain income, you get free or reduced price lunch, we're going to expand it to everyone. If you want a meal, we are not going to require your family to fill out a form. We're not going to require you to prove that your family doesn't make a certain amount of income. We're just going to give everyone free meals. That ended a few years ago. There was some talk about continuing the sort of universal free meals. But it didn't go anywhere in Congress, and my understanding is Republicans were pretty skeptical of that. We have seen in a number of blue states, and actually this was something that vice presidential candidate Tim Walz championed as Minnesota governor, to do the universal school meals. That has been mostly and perhaps exclusively in blue states. I don't think that's going to go anywhere in a Republican-controlled Congress.
Yeah, I guess the idea, in part, being stigma, that some kids who may qualify for free lunch don't do it because they don't want to be the free lunch kid.
Right. And also just like paperwork hassle, like if their parent doesn't turn in the paperwork, or just like, maybe you were eligible, or you weren't eligible, but then your parent lost their job, and now you do need it, but your last year's income, just like the sort of hassle of it. On the other hand, critics, it does cost more to do it for everyone. So those are sort of the arguments on both sides.
Right. Matt Barnum covers education, mostly K-12 stuff for the Wall Street Journal. Matt, thanks.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Enjoyed it.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I live in Bloomington, Illinois. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. After working 25 years in the automotive industry, I retired. I started substitute teaching and transitioned into being a bailiff in the court system. Some people say, why should I take Prevagen? I don't have a problem with my memory. Memory loss is not something that occurs overnight. I started noticing subtle lapses in memory. I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. It's helped my memory. It's helped my cognitive qualities. After taking Prevagen for 8 years, I can honestly say it is safe, effective, and it's still helping me tremendously.
In a clinical study, Prevagen was shown to improve memory in subgroups of individuals who were cognitively normal or mildly impaired. Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Did you know that more strokes occur between November and February than any other 4-month period? The holidays can be a time of stress, disrupted routines, and overindulgence. But this holiday season, you can do something so easy to manage your heart health at home. Between doctor's visits, even while traveling, KardioMobile 6L is a small medical-grade personal EKG device that records right to your phone. My dad has one. He loves it. It records 6 lead EKGs. That's more than any smartwatch. And it's FDA cleared to detect AFib, a leading cause of stroke. Now, you're probably thinking, who can afford that? The answer is you can. This device records more heart data than any smartwatch, but at a fraction of the cost. And now, for a limited time, you can get the KardioMobile 6L for its lowest price ever, just $99. There's no better gift for yourself or your loved ones this holiday season. And just for $99, there's no better time. Go to Kardia.com, that's KARDIA.com, or Amazon, and order your KardioMobile 6L today. Sponsored by AliveCore.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Fox
Fox News, I'm Chris DeMeo. Vice President-elect J.D. Vance looks to sway voters on President-elect Trump's cabinet nominees that they may find controversial.
Here's the pitch. He put it on X. He said, Donald J. Trump just won a major electoral victory. His coattails turned a 49-51 Senate to a 53-47 Senate. He deserves a cabinet that is loyal to the agenda he was elected to implement.
Fox's Peter Ducey, the House Ethics Panel rejecting from now, releasing a report on Matt Gaetz. The CMA Awards taking place in Nashville last night. George Strait honored with their Willie Nelson Lifetime Achievement Award.
I want to thank the CMAs for adding my name to the incredible artists on this small list of recipients carrying the name of the icon, Willie Nelson.
Courtesy ABC and the Country Music Association. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Major League Baseball handing out its 2024 Cy Young Awards, given to the best pitcher in each league. In the American League, Tarek Skubal of the Detroit Tigers gets all 30 first-place votes, winning on the same day that he turned 28. Over in the National League, Chris Sale of the Atlanta Braves takes home the honors. Sale battled injuries the last few years before finding the fountain of youth in an incredible comeback season. College basketball, Connecticut women's head coach Gino Auriemma records his 1,217th career victory, passing Tara Vanderveer for the most Division I coaching wins of all time, men's or women's. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Greg Thompson, Fox News.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Nice run. It's great being back out on the mountain. You sort of disappeared for a while. Everything okay? Between you and me, it was lower testosterone. Lower T? Yeah. The doc told me once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone, and that can make it harder to stay in shape. That's why I started taking Nugenix Total T. It's made a huge difference. Oh, I've seen that on TV. Is it for real? For sure. It's the #1 doctor-recommended testosterone booster. It boosts free and total testosterone levels to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. My wife, my boss, my kids, everyone has noticed a change in me. Do they still give out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves? Yes. Just send them a text.
Guys, text HATCH to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone brand at GNC and Walmart. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back in shape fast, absolutely free. Text HATCH to 321-321. That's HATCH to 321-321.
I received a call one time, and the man said, "You probably won't call me back because I'm just a nobody." I immediately called him back. Nobody's a nobody.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I always wanted to be the lawyer who represented the little guy, the voiceless, the powerless.
I was rear-ended by a car probably doing about 50 or 55 miles an hour. My car caught on fire. I'm a paraplegic, so I couldn't get out of the car. They were struggling to get me out of the vehicle. After the accident, I gave Morgan & Morgan a call, and they understood what I was going through, and they were there to help me each step of the way. It made me feel that I had people behind my back to help me and resolve the case.
I represented him, and we did well because we get the chance to help people put their lives back together and to go on as best they can after a life-altering day. There's only one you, there's only one Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Yo, 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 Dad is in the house. What do you call the NordVPN Black Friday deal, huh? The Block Friday deal. Because you block online threats. Black Friday, Block Friday, get it? It's hilarious. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal and block online threats now. NordVPN is rated as outstanding on PC Mag. Just visit NordVPN.com and discover the benefits of this all-around cybersecurity tool. It will encrypt your online traffic, NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool will defend you against web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. So improve your digital privacy and protection with one simple click. Get the special Black Friday deal at NordVPN.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell Dawn sent you.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, it's Black November, and many consumers complain that Black Friday discounts aren't as deep as they used to be. Well, that's not true at National Appliance Warehouse. They've negotiated big discounts directly from manufacturers and are passing them right on to you. It all adds up to the biggest savings event of the year. That makes appliances from National Appliance Warehouse the best bang for your Black Friday buck. You deserve the perfect appliances and to enjoy an unbeatable experience. We're fully staffed with friendly professionals who are dedicated to delivering all of that, all while delivering the Black Friday savings you remember.
Black November starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Right now at Window Nation, save 50% on all window styles, plus 0 interest for 5 years. Hurry, sale ends November 30th. Call Window Nation today to schedule your fast, free in-home estimate or visit windownation.com.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
There's a chill in the air and the big red bows are on the cars. Make this holiday season a December to remember with a great deal on your new Lexus from Lexus of Cherry Hill. The 2025 Lexus are arriving daily. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill, now a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, November 21st. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. What's that wet stuff all over the ground out there? What did I see on my windshield this morning when I got into my truck? What the hell happened last night? Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Yeah, rainy, wet,
that's what that is.
A lot of accidents.
Oh, what,
nasty.
What, Philadelphia forget how to drive after 47 days?
Well, truthfully, the roads get all the leaves and then the grease and the grit and all that stuff that hasn't been washed away.
Yeah.
Makes for some slick conditions.
It does. Gregory.
Slick conditions, yes. Good morning, everybody. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am well.
Yeah.
Fired up. We got a
Ready
good one
go.
for you today.
Let's do this, yeah.
Yeah, big one on the big take today. The battle at Bucks. We will get into that. Woo! Actually, it was so good that I want to play a clip in the big take that normally I don't try to play anything longer than like 60 to 90 seconds. I'm actually going to play a 3-minute clip in the big take.
What?
Because I think every word resonates with this audience.
By the way, Chuck
yeah.
Schumer calling on Bob Casey to, like, stop.
Yeah.
Like, basically saying the race is over.
It's over?
It's over, Johnny. Isn't that your clip that you played?
Yeah.
Come over to Uncle Chuck's and we'll put some frozen burgers on the grill with cheese.
Yeah, when Chuck is telling you, wrap this up, kids.
Yeah. Bob, why don't you come over and have dinner? I'm going to meet Hitler again tonight. Let's have a conversation. Chuck Schumer.
And Ellen and Portia de Rossi moving to Great Britain.
Bye-bye.
So they
Great
sold their...
Britain.
Yes.
Yeah. They're out.
Selling their Monticello, I can't even pronounce it. It's so
it's so ritzy.
Mansion.
It's worth like $96 million.
And is moving across the pond.
Unbelievable.
Must be nice.
With Eva Longoria, like she moved too.
Good.
So.
Good.
Maybe they should make like some dorms, like Democrat dorms or something.
How long do you think it's going to take for them to come back?
2 weeks. They'll be back in time for Christmas.
Like, boy, the weather in the UK blows.
Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah. Well, at least you know what
Rains all the time.
They followed through with their word this time, unlike the rest of the skunks.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just kidding. I never said that. You took that out of context. Okay. We'll get to Ellen. We'll get to a few others in the world of sports and sports media that are either moving, relocating, or quitting social media because they need a mental timeout. It's unbelievable.
Boy, can I just say too, before we get into news, I was wrong about the Sixers. I thought they were gonna, oh man.
Did I throw away $25 last night?
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
I forgot that game was even played.
Paul George played all of 6 minutes.
Great. And 6 more than us.
Until he got hurt again. Until he got hurt again.
Yeah.
So, I really thought that they were gonna. I mean, Embiid had 35 points, but
yeah, my wife was like, no more financial investments. No more advice from Stalker.
Yeah,
just get in there and do your job.
Sorry. I'll make it up today, I promise.
All
My
right.
fan will read it at 6:30.
There you go. Apparently, Jaguar could be the next Bud Light 2.0. Yes.
Jaguar.
The automobile manufacturer. We'll get to that. And also, junk food lobbies fight against Bobby. Get ready for this.
Knew this was going to happen.
Pepsi.
Yep.
Doritos.
Yep.
Captain Crunch.
Yep.
They're all coming for RFK Jr. We'll have some conversation with that.
They want his head.
They do.
Like
Shocking.
Like his uncle.
Yes. All the Kennedys seem to lose their heads.
Oh my gosh.
They're like Ted Williams. It's unbelievable. Also, when did Republicans start having all the fun? When did the GOP become the party of joy? Newsweek with an interesting observation. And also later in the show, Rolling Stone with an article about Elon Musk, how he became the savior, but he was very close to being the scapegoat. We'll get to that as we wrap up in the 9 o'clock hour. But before all of that, let's get to the news. Let's see who doesn't know how to drive because the roads are wet. All of that and more. 6:05, the Great Dawn Stenson.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this morning on this Thursday, November 21st, 47 degrees. If you haven't hit the road yet, you might want to leave a little extra time. Slick conditions. We have a lot of accidents and fender benders across the region, a lot of slipping and sliding with all the rain that was much needed. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. So 2 people dead after police say they were killed by their own neighbor who then turned the gun on himself. This happened in Philadelphia's West Oak Lane neighborhood. According to police, the neighbors, the community just devastated over what sounds like it was a neighborly or unneighborly situation there with neighbors who did not get along and frequently, according to witnesses, just frequently had disputes. So this happened, according to Philadelphia police. A 77-year-old man, 76-year-old woman were returning home from the grocery store, and their neighbor, the court, and there were witnesses who actually saw this, just gunned them down. Even walking over, according to one of the witnesses, the neighbor in his 50s walks over and even shoots the woman a second time while she's already laying there bleeding, shot on her lawn. I mean, a horrific situation. What in the heck sparked this? They say that they did have ongoing disputes between this couple, 76 years old, 77 years old, have reportedly lived in their home for a long time. What in the world, what was happening here? But the neighbors quite disturbed over this.
I'll take a shot at
Horrible.
this, no pun intended. What was the causing impact? What was the aggravating factor? You said they came home from the grocery store. That's what caused it. Twice the amount of eggs cost. Bacon off the charts. The most triggered I am every day of the week is the day I come home from the grocery store. I need like a debriefing after the grocery store. True story. I go to the gym after the grocery store. Don't talk to me after I go grocery shopping. I'm angry.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's just
I haven't shot anybody in their front lawn, but
so they're not identifying. They're not giving names out. So we'll look for that as far as the victims and especially as far as the man who turned the gun on himself.
yeah. Do you guys have bad neighbors, by the way? I've never experienced bad neighbors.
No.
I always tell my wife that no matter what we think of them, always make nice with all of your neighbors.
Yeah.
Every single one of them.
Yeah.
But I actually have awesome neighbors. But
yeah.
like, even if I didn't, I would be like, no, we have to no beefs with neighbors because you
Yeah.
have to live with them every day. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So
We've had 3 different residences since we've been married. I've never, to the left of me, to the front, right of me, front, back, I've never had bad neighbors.
Yep. Yeah,
Knock
I don't want any. I don't want any beef with any neighbors.
Right.
I agree. We love our neighbors. Thank God. And this. I don't have a lot of good news here this morning.
Oh, great!
I know, I'm sorry.
My Lord.
I'm Donnie Downer.
It's always
in the news.
always.
I'm so sorry.
Always.
But in this one, it sounds like this started with a minor crash.
Yeah.
Involving a case of road rage. So one person dead, shot in the head. Well, yes, inside the North Philadelphia pizza shop, but police believe that this all actually started with some kind of a minor crash, then then turned into road rage, and then escalated as it was inside Pete's Pizza. This is on the 2000 block of Ridge Avenue. It's right near Girard College. And so they say that in this case, the 2 guys, it sounds like they got into some kind of a minor crash and then started an argument, went inside the pizza shop, and that's when they say that the 26-year-old victim here, who was driving a Honda when he got into the minor crash with the other guy, pulled over outside the pizza shop, and that's when the men started arguing, then went into the pizza shop.
Ordered a calzone.
So that's just it. Was the one guy like, I'll try to buy you a pizza. I'm not sure if they were both headed to the pizza shop.
Why they ended up there?
Why they
right?
ended
Yeah.
up inside. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe they were upset because they paid $45 for a pizza. Like,
Oh, my goodness.
Like I have
Like
done
Nick did the
recently.
other
Yeah.
day.
Let's settle this over a cannoli.
Oh, my goodness. So they're retrieving the homicide investigators. They're getting all the camera recordings and everything. So they're investigating this situation. But employees at Pete's Pizza there say they've dealt with a lot this year, including a deadly shooting of one of their own pizza delivery drivers.
You said this is what, Ridge Pike?
It is, but it's closer into the city,
Okay.
kind of like by the prep.
It's
and-
not the Ridge Pike you think.
Yeah, it's not Ridge. It's not like Roxy.
It's not that
and-
Ridge Pike.
Okay.
It's the other Ridge Pike.
Yeah, down the other
Yeah,
side
yeah,
of town.
yeah,
that one.
Yeah, this is not Roxborough. This is not
No.
Andorra. This
Okay.
is
No
closer to
Plymouth Meeting.
Girard
Yeah,
College,
no.
St. Joe's Prep, like down that way.
Gotcha. All right.
So now police are also searching for a driver that fled the scene of a hit-and-run crash after colliding with a SEPTA bus. This happened in Philadelphia's Logan section. So North Broad Street, right near Rockland Street, car collided early this morning with that SEPTA bus. Driver gets out of the car, flees the scene, but the bus in that one, takes out a street sign there. Pole falls on top of the vehicle. Driver not seriously hurt. SEPTA police now investigating, and the suspect remains on the run in that one. We also have, I'll mention this one because I know you're going to get to Bucks County and all the fireworks at that huge jam-packed commissioners meeting with Scott Pressler showing up at that one and speaking. But I'll say to you that in Florida man was arrested and charged with a plot to, quote, reboot the U.S. government by planting a bomb at the New York Stock Exchange this week. And then his plan was to detonate it with a remote-controlled device. So the FBI says they arrested this guy, 30-year-old Harun Abdul Malik of Coral Springs, Florida, charged with attempt to use an explosive device to damage or destroy a building used in interstate commerce.
Do we know if he entered the country legally or illegally?
I do not have that information.
Okay.
So we'll continue to follow that
Because
one.
as we know, it's not just South American countries. It's the Middle East, it's Asia, it's China, it's all of these different countries and continents that are coming in here illegally through the southern border.
Yeah, they're not. They're not releasing that information, so that'll be, information to come. He did talk to the FBI agents and said he wanted to detonate the bomb the week before Thanksgiving, and that the stock exchange in Lower Manhattan would be a popular site to target. Ouch.
Yeah, New York is the epicenter for a lot of that.
I know we'll get to all of the Matt Gaetz drama and that vote that happened and talk about what's going on in D.C. and the Trump transition team, all of that still ahead. There's a lot of news. Those are your local news stories going on in a busy night, a busy 24 hours for our Philadelphia police and suburban police as well. Do we need a spa day or what?
Yes, we do.
Our cops need a spa day for crying out loud. Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. The secret to finishing your holiday shopping. 3 locations: Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City, Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online, josephanthony.com, where gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com. I don't know, maybe Joel Embiid and Maxie need like a Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, like for 2 treatment to kind of mend things.
MB basically said all of the Inquirer reporting and everything about the beef with him and Maxie has been overblown.
Oh, yeah,
He said it was a 30-second conversation, and it's all bull bleep.
Okay.
So
yeah,
don't take any of that.
Yeah.
And the only days he was late was when he was not playing, so it doesn't matter.
Right. Okay.
So his final score last night, 117-111. We need Joe Conklin to do the Joel it was not me. I can't do his imitation. But
If there was a game, because John Morant didn't play last night.
No.
So if there was a game that they should have won, it should have been against the Memphis Grizzlies.
Right.
And they
right.
didn't, so.
Ouch.
Vegas duped us.
They did.
They fooled us.
Yeah.
Flyers also lost 4-1.
Yeah, it was
they
a
were
bad
on
night.
that winning streak, and then they lost.
Bad night. And Zach Wheeler didn't get the MVP or the Cy Young.
Oh, he didn't win it?
No. It was,
Who ended up winning?
Chris Sale.
Chris Sale.
Yep.
Yeah.
Boo.
Yep.
Okay. Well, he had a bounce back here. I can't
Sun
kill
will
him.
come out tomorrow.
Yeah. Are we sure about that, or are we just going to get a bunch more rain?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
Yes. No, the sun should come out tomorrow.
Okay.
Not so much today.
How's Friday looking?
Tomorrow is Friday.
No, yeah.
Was that a trick question?
No. It's 6:15 in the morning, and I am exhausted.
I'm ready for Thanksgiving.
Oh, my goodness.
This November just won't end.
No, it won't. It's a November to remember.
It really, I can't. November needs to end.
Stalker's gonna move to England too. He's had it.
He'll give pedicures to Ellen and Portia.
Yeah.
Foot rub.
Yeah. I'll be their pool boy.
Cabana Boy, Craig
Cabana
Stalker.
Boy. Yeah, exactly.
That is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:15. Let's get to a Thursday morning big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning, it is brought to you by Budget Blinds, the battle at Bucks. Bob Casey Jr., part of the Casey family dynasty and the Pennsylvania political legacy. He's been defeated by outsider and Trump-endorsed candidate Dave McCormick, and he just can't accept it. It appears that at 64 years old and having served long enough, he's willing to tarnish his legacy as the Democrats go down a dangerous path. To be completely honest, I'm exhausted from and sick of politicians who lose elections, handling their defeat like a 12-year-old playing games. Doesn't matter the party, doesn't matter the gender. Hillary Clinton, Stacey Abrams, Trump, Kari Lake, somewhere along the way, we just allowed election denialism to become the norm in this country. And no matter what you think of the 2020 election with Trump or the 2024 election with Bob Casey, I think voters and citizens are fatigued by the refusal to accept outcomes. And I, for one, am sick of Bob Casey Jr. because the Democrats lectured all of us who even raised the smallest shred of skepticism about what happened during a once-in-a-generation pandemic election with all sorts of statistical oddities. Then what do 4 years later? They take it to the point where they are humiliating themselves by attempting to count illegal ballots, which is peak hypocrisy, and then speaking down to all of us about the context of their comments. Pennsylvania Democrats, let me say this as politely as I can. Go screw yourself. Seriously, go screw. For those who haven't been following this story closely, let's revisit the events that got us to this point, okay? So here was Bucks County Democratic Commissioner Diane Ellis Marseglia, who openly and publicly defied a court order not to count illegal, misdated ballots in an effort to get more votes for Bob Casey. Here was her reasoning. We've played you this before. We'll do it again, for defying the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. Listen and watch.
We reject all three categories of these ballots.
Your motion is to reject or dismiss the challenges in this category in front of you?
Correct, yep.
Not going to second that, mostly because I think we all know that precedent by a court doesn't matter anymore in this country, and people violate laws anytime they want. So for me, if I violate this law, it's because I want a court to pay attention to it.
Speak on it, Diane. You should have kept going. Is this about Donald Trump? Is this about the Supreme Court of the United States with Roe v. Wade? Explain your defiance, because you're bringing up past instances where it seems like you're implying something was said or done or defied, and all of a sudden courts and precedent do not matter, even when they come from the highest court of a state or the highest court of the entire country. Oh, by the way, the Washington Free Beacon has reported that Diane Marseglia has made political donations to Bob Casey or his PAC on 4 different occasions. Seems like there's some sort of conflict of interest here, no? And then, after those absurd comments, she doubles down and she tries to speak down to the citizens of Bucks County. Headline in the Philadelphia Inquirer just 3 days ago on Monday, quote, Bucks County Board Chair says Commissioner violating election law has been misinterpreted. She knew exactly what she was saying, and her comments has set off national backlash. That's even drawn the attention of Fox News legal scholar Jonathan Turley, who we love on this show, who writes the following, quote, with PA Democrats counting invalid ballots in the Senate race, the state Supreme Court has again ordered them to comply with the law. For these election officials, the loss has led to the dispensing of any pretense of principle. What is most alarming was the silence of Democrats in the state, including Governor Shapiro, in the face of election officials pledging to violate election rules. In the meantime, Senator Bob Casey has enlisted a notorious lawyer to seek to flip the election. It is unlikely to succeed in changing the result of the election, but it will succeed in tarnishing the otherwise distinguished Senate career of Bob Casey. He should have been the first to denounce the statement of the Bucks County official on counting invalid ballots, end quote. That is Jonathan Turley, and that is very, very well said. But since then, statements have been released. Al Schmidt tweeting on behalf of Josh Shapiro saying the following, quote, I want to be clear. Any insinuation that our laws can be ignored or do not matter is irresponsible and does damage to faith in our electoral process. The rule of law matters in this Commonwealth, end quote. And then Commissioner Josh Parsons of Lancaster County taking exception with Shapiro's statement, saying the following, quote, there's been no lack of clarity around this issue whatsoever. Shapiro's statement is demonstrably false. Every county board of elections knew the legal standard. Bucks County even admitted on the record that they were breaking the law, end quote. And then yesterday, it reached a tipping point in Bucks County. People showing up in bunches after elected officials violated the law. Philadelphia Inquirer with another headline, quote, Bucks County officials face calls to resign for violating court order at rowdy commissioners meeting. And perhaps the MVP of the GOP and Pennsylvania powerhouse, Scott Pressler, he made it crystal clear where he stands. Here was Pressler laying down the GOP gauntlet. Listen and watch this beauty.
Bucks County has been in the news a lot this year. Earlier, we flipped Bucks County from blue to red, and for the first time in modern history, there are more registered Republicans than Democrats here in this county. Number 2, voters were disenfranchised in this county, and in fact, I want to thank Chairman Michael Whatley of the RNC and co-chair Laura Trump for suing to make sure that we had 3 additional days of early in-person voting because voters waiting in line to do in-person, on-demand, mail-in voting were told that they couldn't vote until 5 o'clock, that the line was cut off. So thank you to the Republican Party for suing Bucks County and fighting for election integrity. And now, here before us, it's on the world stage that we have a commissioner, quote, by Diane Marsiglia, precedent by a court doesn't matter anymore in this country. People violate laws any time they want. And if I, meaning Diane Marsiglia, violate this law, it's because I want a court to pay attention to it. Well, Commissioner, the court already ruled that undated and misdated mail-in ballots could not be counted. You knew that going into the meeting. And I want to congratulate the people of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This speech I'm doing right now is going to be seen by millions across the country, the Commonwealth, and the world. And I have a message. Congratulations to President-elect Donald J. Trump, the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America. Congratulations to Senator-elect Dave McCormick, and we are not going to allow Democrats to steal this seat from us. Furthermore, congratulations because we defeated Matt Cartwright, giving President Trump an additional seat in Congress. Congratulations to Congressman-elect Rob Bresnahan. Congratulations to Congressman-elect Ryan McKenzie, defeating Democrats Susan Wild in Allentown and Lehigh. And I have a message. Peacefully, we are coming for your seat in 2027. If you don't resign today,
have at it.
I am coming for your seat peacefully. And Harvey, Commissioner Harvey, this goes for you too. You are complicit. Mark Elias and his cronies must be disbarred from practicing law in Pennsylvania, any of his cronies, for the misconduct that they did. I want you to know that I am going to spend all of my time in Bucks County for the next 3 years making sure that we take back this county. Thank you to every single patriot that showed up today. We did.
And that is how it unfolded yesterday in Bucks County. And that right there, folks, is how it's done. Because Democrats are officially on notice. Republicans are now going to outwork you. Republicans are now going to take the political fight to you. Republicans are tired of losing and complaining and accepting defeat. I think this past election cycle wasn't a one-off, but rather an awakening. The GOP now knows how hard it must push in order to win these contentious elections. People like Scott Pressler and his energy are infectious. Individuals like Michael Whatley and Laura Trump ready to battle with all of the imaginable resources at their disposal. The days of the RNC and the GOP being led by uniparty hacks like Ronna Romney McDaniel are over, and I, for one, look forward to comments like this for years to come. Diane Marsiglia saying the following just yesterday, quote, "We all say things that are out of turn. We all make mistakes. I made a mistake," end quote. Yes, you did. Accountability is once again the name of the game, and the Republican Party is going to hold you to that standard of responsibility. Now back to Bob Casey. Take your L, go get your turkey, prepare your stuffing, and call it a career. It's over. You lost. Go home and stop wasting everyone's tax dollars. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning is brought to you by the good folks at Budget Blinds. The holidays are coming. Budget Blinds, your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no questions asked warranty in the business. Schedule your holiday consultation today and ask about their special radio offer. We'll come back, have some conversation about what occurred yesterday in Bucks County, and then also it's a mass exodus from social media and some Hollywood elitists on their way out of the United States of America, all because they can't handle the results of an election. It's Kayal and Company. We're back after this on a Thursday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Let's talk about FanDuel, shall we? I'm taking the Toronto Raptors tonight against the Minnesota Timberwolves. I'm going to take the Raptors with the points, +7 tonight for the 7:40 p.m. Game. So if you want to plunk down $5 on that, you can win 3 months of NBA League Pass. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casinos, America's #1 sports book, is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do is catch every tip-off and buzzer beater and place any $5 bet on the NBA to get 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg to make every moment more this season. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA in 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, present in PA. First, after 3-month free trial, the full price of a League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Do you have water on your property giving you a headache, soggy yards, damp patio, pool area getting swampy? Visit GardenStateEarthworks.com, your drainage solution, 856-848-4444.
Woohoo! Another girls' night out. I'm so stressed from shopping, I couldn't find anything. Have you tried shopping jewelry television, JTV? I don't know. Everyone in my family is so different. JTV has thousands of jewelry styles. Artisan, diamonds, pearls, colored gemstones, watches, even gift sets. I shop on TV and online.
New JTV customers save up to $40 when you shop jtv.com/radio.
Now, can you relax? Yes. Another round? Yes.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust, Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free.
Endurance has paid hundreds of millions in claims. Call for your fast free quote today. Call 800-291-1305. That's 800-291-1305. 800-291-1305.
It's a great month to get a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. You'll be thankful because there's so many fabulous offers to take advantage of. Lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. Costco members save even more, up to $2,000 in additional rebates. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships really do matter.
Parks Casino. Joe Conklin hosts national comedians every other Thursday. It's Joe Conklin's Comedy Night at Parks. Show dates and tickets. Go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show. Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show. Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia. Every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company live on this Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker. What a busy day it was yesterday. What a busy show we have today. And there's just so much out there that I don't even have the room to get into the Laken Riley murder conviction. Europe preparing for World War III, 800,000 NATO troops. We also have a update to the whole Mike Johnson, Nancy Mace, Sarah McBride story. We'll try to get to some of those as we continue. But wanted to start locally with what is going on in Bucks County, because what transpired yesterday, I think, was the tipping point, was the culmination of not only some of these cultural wars in Bucks County, these social battles, but really the political warfare that has been going on in Bucks County for quite some time right now. And it's just amazing. Bucks County, a little old Bucks County, right? I know, technically like third biggest county or fourth biggest county in the state of Pennsylvania. It is pretty big, but you know, you go around the country, you look around globally, and people are seeing these headlines and these stories from these viral moments, and they're like, where the hell is Bucks County, Pennsylvania? It is the hotbed for school culture wars, voting issues pre-election with disenfranchisement, things like that, results post-election. And I got to tell you, Dawn, I was blown away. By the way, Scott Pressler, we got two things. Number one, he's a tremendous public speaker. Yes. We should also throw up a poll question. Who has better hair, Stocker or Pressler? Because it could be like a battle of the hairdos, both with great follicles, by the way. And I say that as a straight man out of admiration.
And I also like Pressler's boots.
I didn't notice the boots. Did he borrow those from DeSantis?
No, these were some awesome. I love his boots.
Okay. I didn't see the boots. Yeah. I'll have to zoom in next time. But, I mean, man, did he take Marseglia to task? And then she's like, okay, go ahead, bring it. You want my seat? Come get it. Better be careful what you ask for and what you wish for, because he's a very popular figure within the Republican Party with Republican politics. But your thoughts, I mean, you've been covering this a lot on your show, in the news, everything that played out yesterday and where we stand today.
Yeah, and this broke during my show. It happened mid-morning, so that meeting starting in the 10 o'clock hour. And think about the hour that they seemingly, who has a meeting where it's supposed to be a community meeting, you are commissioners, so you are supposed to serve the people, and you hold an important meeting at, in the 10 o'clock hour when most people, taxpayers, have to work. So all these people, I mean, I was looking at, how much room that has. I mean, it was standing room only. There were seats, but 200 plus people. And they had a rally, kind of a demonstration prior that they all met before the meeting.
Do you think it was done because they would expect less people to show up because they're working, whereas if they had it at 7 o'clock at night, it could be really contentious?
If they had that thing, to your point, at 7 o'clock at night,
right,
you would have had not only a packed meeting, which you did have, but then you would have outside. I'll bet you would have had thousands of people because people were so angry over all of this. And so I do think that it's just another kind of a slap in the face, the fact that they're going to have it in the 10 o'clock hour, 10:30, on a random weekday morning. Why? Because they don't really want to serve the people, the taxpayers.
Right.
They want to serve themselves and partisan politics and policies. And so the way that Marseglia came out and apologized, and I guess her family members, have also been getting calls and emails and so on, and she apologized to her family because what she did was, she and her fellow Democrat, they both voted the same way to defy the law. And they knew what they were doing was wrong, but she said that out loud. And that's her problem, that she admitted, yeah, I did this to break the law. I mean, that's basically, so the question is, I don't think they're going to disbar her, but you see how angry the community is. They've had it. And I don't think it's just about this one instance.
No, this is a culmination, right?
This is the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yes.
And so people in Bucks are just fed up with all of the nonsense, all of the lies. I mean, I'm talking to my friends who, many of them were there. And that's the other thing. The Inquirer, the way that they worded off the top, GOP activists packed the meeting. No, these were hundreds of people. Was Scott Preslow there? Yeah. But most of, 99% of the people there, they're taxpayers. They love where they live. They love their community.
I love how they put such a negative connotation on GOP activists, yet when you hear about activists on the left, it's for a great cause, and it's for social justice, and it's for all this nonsense that was short-lived in the last 7 or 8 years that I think most Americans are tired. And that's why I think it's a culmination. We're just so exhausted from the pandemic, from the 2020 election, from the media, from Democrat politicians, some of our own Republican politicians. And that's a big reason why, and we'll talk about it later in detail, why I think Republicans won. Because Republicans are just trying to have fun and enjoy their life, and we're just tired of everything being the end of the world. This person's racist, that person is sexist, on and on and on. And it's just like the Democrats just took their eye off the ball. They got so obsessed with Trump and the demonization of half of America that they almost forgot about the things that matter, like the economy, like borders and wars and crime, and the fact that we probably as a society have far more in common with each other, regardless of politics. But everything is so divisive with them, where it's like, now I think Republicans know, and this will be the challenge for Republicans. You can't let your guard down now. Yeah, the victory lap's cool right now. We're heading into Thanksgiving, but you got to come through and you got to deliver. And that's for the politicians out there that have been victorious in these elections. But it's also for those that show up at, lobbying sessions or, on the ground doing ground game stuff, registering people. Because if you fall back into your sense of malaise, you're going to lose in 2026 or you're going to lose in 2028. You now know the level to which you need to be involved and be active to beat the machine. And you can't take your foot off the gas.
What I would say, though, to that is, there's the saying that all politics are local. And so for this, I think the eyes of regular, ordinary working people, they have busy lives in places like Bucks County, realize how politicized their local government has been. Remember, we know it is confirmed that at least one community member and taxpayer, a mom in a minivan with a bunch of kids, her phone was actually blocked by her own county because she was calling and asking questions during the pandemic. So that's, I think, what is happening here is that all of these individuals packing this meeting and how this word has gotten out, they all realize, how long have they been doing this? Where they're blocking community members, where they're, kibitzing against certain people. What has really been going on here as far as the partisan politics that have ruled this area? And I think that, I think for me, I will say in my life, it's always so disappointing because you want to believe that no matter who's in power, whether it's a board, this board, 2 Democrats versus 1 Republican, you always want to believe, well, they're good people. They're on a board of commissioners, right? They're good people. They care. And now what you realize is, wow, these people are really, really wound up and partisan. And it's not just about local politics, what they're doing is they're making sure that they carry the water for partisans in not just the state, but also D.C. And we heard that.
Mhm.
We heard that 2 years ago during those elections, that all of this money from D.C., that dark money, was being poured into Bucks County. How was that disseminated? So it feels like just this conspiracy.
Yep.
And you kind of want your local, I don't know, you want your local politicians to serve you. You want that to be their first priority, their top priority. And I think that's really what's exposed here.
Yeah, well said.
You know?
Yep. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210, the phone number, 855-839-1210. You can let us know your thoughts on social media at 1210 WPHT and, of course, in the YouTube chat.
While we're on this, we have one more. We have one more clip from
cool.
the meeting yesterday, or actually yesterday morning, as Dawn points out at 10 a.m. when everybody can go. Nice, easy time for everybody to get there. The citizens.
Yeah, people had to take off work, Greg. They were all. I was getting like group texts, and so all these people had to take off their job.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Or say, can I take an early lunch break?
Yep. Hat tip to Joan Cullen, who is one of our listeners and one of our followers.
We love Joan.
She was at the meeting. She was taking pictures, and she's been very active in this. But this is a resident of Bucks County speaking yesterday at the meeting.
Okay.
Roll it, Phil.
Last Thursday, when you were deciding that you should count illegal ballots missing at least one signature, the attorney said over and over again that it is illegal to count these. Diane said, quote, "Precedent by a court doesn't matter anymore in this country, and people violate the laws anytime they want. So for me, if I violate this law, it's because I want a court to pay attention to me." You, being the slick politician you are, you didn't even say yes or nod your head. Your eyes were closed and your face was expressionless. Bob, this was your opportunity to be a leader. You could have put a big brotherly arm around her and said, there, Diane. I know you're very passionate about this. There. But we have to follow the law. You could have done this, but oh no, what did you do? You voted to violate the law along with her. Diane's actually right, though. The law doesn't matter anymore in this country because people like you violate it all the time, and all we the people do is sit here and complain. Well, I want to let you know that I'm not going to take it anymore. I have decided to file a criminal complaint against both of you for breaking the following laws.
Wow.
Title 25, Section 3050. Title 25, Section 3501.
Mhm.
Title 25, Section 3510.
Yep.
Title 25, Section 3527. 52 U.S.C. 10308.
Know that well.
Oh, and by the way, Gene, when they're arrested, we want an evening town hall style commissioners meeting once.
All right, there she is. She had all the titles, all the codes. She studied the Pennsylvania penal guidelines. My God. Of course, I don't think anything will result in any of this as far as criminal complaints. But, my final thought on all of this is, and I know I'm, newer to the format, but I've always loved elections. And this is like a really old, nostalgic, stodgy view. But when you look at politics, elections and election nights and the aftermath of it, it's like the political arena's Super Bowl. And I don't want to go into football Super Bowls knowing that, the game is not on the up and up. The refs could be tainted in one way. It kills the excitement heading into the ball game, and then it leads to ridiculous commentary after the ball game. That's the same thing I feel about elections right now. And this is a bipartisan view, Democrat, Republican, at the highest of levels to the local levels. I'm just tired of the ridiculous denialism. I don't know when that became the norm in this country. I feel like it started at least 8 to 10 years ago where it started to become like this mainstream talking point. Maybe I'm being a total nerd here, but I like election nights. I like watching the television. I know that's a weird concept. Nobody watches TV anymore. But I like tracking election results, and I want to be able to talk about where things went wrong and where things went right. And all of these politicians, with all of their shenanigans, pre and post election, whether it's shutting down lines or refusing to admit that maybe you got defeated and you didn't do the best with your campaign or you missed the mark in some facet or capacity. Like, I want to get back to that instead of this just absurd world of, because we live in these hyper echo chambers of, well, if I just say it didn't, it's like the steroid era in baseball, if you guys recall, 25 years ago. I didn't take steroids. Well, there's reports here that you did. No. And then they went to Congress and they waved their finger. And eventually they were so obsessed with not accepting the outcome that I actually think they believed their own lies. I want to get back to that type of world where we can just accept the results of elections and move forward. It is killing the fun of elections. And I, for one, think elections are fun, right? Like having done school stuff and trying to run for class president and things like that. Like my enjoyment of campaigning started probably when I was in middle school, right? So like I just want to get back to that point where we just live in this world of, hey, accept your outcome and your fate, right? Am I outrageous for wanting that?
But I just think that some people don't like elections. Some people don't want to have to pay attention every single day to their local politicians. Some people just want to trust that the people that are put in place are going to do their job and do the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that, for Joan and so many of the, people who have lived like in Bucks County or wherever you live in America right now, you want to restore the faith, in our institutions and feel that no matter what, you can go to work, you can live your life, and the people who have these jobs in elected, whether they're duly elected locally, statewide, nationally, that they do the right thing and they do their job and they follow the freaking law.
Yeah.
And that's why I think every time I think about it, just the simple concept of make America great again resonates with all of us. We're just sick of all of this baggage. Quite frankly, I'm sick of talking about all these people who are not doing their jobs because they work for us.
Yeah.
We pay for them.
Yep.
So it's like, do your job so that I don't have to talk about you, worry about you.
Right.
I don't have to constantly monitor you.
Yeah.
Do your job. We pay through the nose. Look at your paycheck.
Oh, I know.
Every week, right?
We
All
put-
the
we put-
taxes we
yeah.
pay for these people to do their jobs.
We put them in power and pay their salary.
It's ridiculous.
They should answer to us. Never forget that they're civil servants, right?
Yeah.
And the most maddening part of all of this is what you just illustrated, which is so accurate and spot on. You said lack of faith in institutions. You look at these Gallup polls that come out and other polling outlets about where Americans trust in institutions rank right now. Americans don't trust any institution right now. Not their politicians, not the media, not the FBI, the CIA, the NIH, the CDC,
Which is
academia, state-run colleges.
Think about how awful that is.
Yes.
And think about the fact that we pay for all of this. You talked about going to the grocery store and feeling aggravated. We pay to even pull our own money out of investments, right? Money that you've worked your whole life for.
Yep.
And so at some point you just say, these people have such a grip on all of us, and we have to just realize, whoa, wait a minute. We can fire all these people.
Yep.
We can fire every one of you. And that's why I love the news of the incoming, 60 days administration to say you're fired, you're fired, you're fired. You know why you're fired? Not because of politics, but because you refused to do your job and serve the people.
Yep. Well said. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. Final comments here on a couple of stories I want to get to. There's just so much to do. We're going to get to, we'll save the Ellen stuff and all the Hollywood A-listers and celebrities and sports figures that are either leaving the country or quitting social media. We'll do that coming up after the news, but just wanted to give two updates. The Laken Riley murder story yesterday came to a culmination and a close as this low-life loser was convicted on and found guilty of all 10 total counts, which was one of malice murder, 3 counts of felony murder, 1 count of kidnapping, 1 count of aggravated assault with intent to rape, 1 count of aggravated battery, 1 count of hindering a 911 call, 1 count of tampering with evidence, and 1 count of, believe it or not, this is actually a law on the books, being a peeping Tom. Ibarra pleaded not guilty to all counts. Two things that really stood out yesterday. A lot of the audio was released of the 911 call, as well as there's video footage of when the authorities tracked down Laken Riley's parents to inform the parents of the deceased daughter. Just a heart-wrenching story. I think it will go down as probably the case of all cases of illustrating how broken our southern border is. I think there will be movies made about it. And the media yesterday, right around lunchtime, as that guilty verdict came down, they once again missed the boat intentionally. And I don't know, you talk about faith in institutions, Dawn. The faith in our media has never been lower. The countless outlets yesterday in their headlines on social media that refused to use the word illegal in their breaking news was just, you talk about bias by omission. It was so palpable. The Associated Press, a man was convicted of murder in the killing of Georgia student Laken Riley, a case that fueled the national immigration debate. Of course, they didn't use illegal. They didn't use illegal alien. They didn't use illegal immigrant. MSNBC, man found guilty of murder in the killing of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. You'd have no idea who this guy is or where he came from or how he got here or how the system failed Laken Riley if you just see these headlines. Same thing with CBS News. Jose Ibarra. They actually had the temerity to say an undocumented Venezuelan immigrant. The New York Times. Breaking news, a Venezuelan migrant. So that's like the politically correct term, migrant. So there was just countless outlets yesterday, CNN, the Philadelphia Inquirer, the Washington Post, all the same nonsense. Say what he is. He is an illegal alien. It's in the Constitution. It's not offensive. It is a point of fact. And again, yesterday, closure for those parents that had to deal with it. But man, Dawn, I tell you, the media, they need to attend one of your, are you still doing the adjunct professor stuff for journalism? Because they should attend your class.
No, I don't have time to teach college classes, but I will tell you that that's why it's such a slap in the face. It's being reported this morning that the outgoing Biden-Harris administration is launching a new ICE portal app, and it'll start in a week or so. Ground zero is New York City that will allow migrants to bypass in-person check-ins to their local ICE office. And the allegation here and whistleblowers coming forth and saying this is an attempt to basically, bring people in and quietly loosen restrictions on those migrants who've come here across the border illegally. But I will say, in contrast, the biggest thing I can say about this now convicted murderer of Laken Riley is the fact that he was flown. We the people, we paid taxpayers' dollars on a flight to fly this guy, and he flew from. At that point, they flew him from New York.
Yep.
To obviously to near the murder scene, essentially.
Yeah, Athens, Georgia.
I don't know if they were flown in to the country, because we've heard that as well, that there are people from, all over being flown to this country and then bypassing the border. It's just sickening.
It is.
But the fact that story's breaking, that they're going to, launch yet another this app, this ICE portal that bypasses in person the day after the verdict. For the murderer of Laken Riley. What a slap in the face.
Terrible optics, terrible PR. And Ibarra gets life in prison without the possibility of parole because the prosecutor in that case took the death penalty off the table. I'd like to have a conversation with that lady. 855-839-1210. We will come back, get to some news from Dawn to kick off hour 2. We have an update on our bathroom situation on Capitol Hill as that came to a head yesterday. And, of course, Hollywood celebrities, A-listers, they're getting off of social media. And one lady decides to come through and leave the country and deliver on her promise. We'll talk about the insanity as we continue. Hour number 2 is on the way.
Are you ready for an escape to paradise? Once again, this time the Italian Riviera on a gastronomical event which only Conservative Tours can deliver. Join me for 11 luxurious days with the professionals from Conservative Tours, the best tour operator in all of Italy. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Portofino, Rapallo, Santa Margherita Ligure, Tuscany, and the brilliant Cinque Terre. $53.78, yes. That includes your airfare, dining events at the wineries in Tuscany, even an authentic farm visit to see Parmesan cheese being crafted by hand. Call toll-free 888-733-9494. You can just go to conservativetours.com, scroll down, you'll see you'll see my picture, my name, and then the itinerary of some of the places you'll see, hidden Italian villages you've never seen in person before, like Giacomo Puccini, San Gimignano, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, Florence, and Milan. And then we'll conclude on the Lakes region with, listen to this, Bellagio, Orta, Isola Bella. Join me next spring in Italy. I'll see you in Cinque Terre, conservativetours.com. Do this, book this, it's booking up. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos with memories you'd love to share with the family this Christmas? Right now, get exclusive early access to Legacy Box's biggest deal of the year. Digitize your memories for just $9 per tape. That's right, only $9 to preserve and share your precious moments. VHS, VHS-C, Hi8, film reels, and more, saving you over $15 per item. Not to mention, when you digitize your memories now, Legacy Box sends all your memories back on the cloud, so they're easy to access by Christmas, and you can relive them with your family just in time for the holidays. You've heard about Legacy Box all year, but now is the best time to digitize your memories. Hurry, this $9 deal won't last long. Head to legacybox.com/value for early access to our best deal of the year. Don't wait. Secure your digitized memories by Christmas at legacybox.com/value.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. You know, for years I've talked about privacy, right? You know, keeping your information safe from the government, from hackers and scammers and all the people that prey on you. Well, do you ever think about how much of your personal information is out there on the internet? A lot of it. I know this because I checked. But then I signed up for DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro, and now I'm protected. It's the armor that I need to protect my personal data. And it's great because it makes sure that my addresses, phone numbers, emails, all are taken away so that I am safe, I am protected. And you need to sign up for this today. And that's only part of it, because Privacy Pro also includes the DuckDuckGo VPN, the absolute best, and identity theft restoration if, God forbid, your identity is ever stolen. All that for only $10 a month, and you get a 7-day trial, free trial at duckduckgo.com/1210. duckduckgo.com/1210. Do not be out there on the internet without Privacy Pro. You need this. Sign up today. duckduckgo.com/1210.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Ron Jaworski here. I've got to tell you, don't go with just any guy to replace your roof. Choose PJ Fitzpatrick. Why would you choose the B team when you could get the A team from PJ Fitzpatrick? Trust PJ Fitzpatrick to get your roof done right with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick has thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. Visit trustpj.com today to set up a free design consultation and take advantage of the fall promotions.
It's that time of year again. Hi, it's George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rules stores. If you're a pet parent like I am, you know that the holidays are just as important to our four-legged kids as they are to us. At the Dogs and Cats Rules stores, our goal is to make your holiday shopping easier. When it comes to getting the cutest Christmas-themed toys, collars, and leads, we have absolutely everything. That's Dogs and Cats Rule, now with 7 convenient locations. Shop small, shop local, shop family. Happy holidays from all of us at Dogs and Cats Rule.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
You were young and your heart was an open book. You used to say, live and let live. But if this ever-changing world in which we live in makes you giving and crying, say live and let die.
7:02, Kayal and Company. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your Thursday as we inch closer to the weekend, a week out from Thanksgiving. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. We're going to talk to our buddy Dom Giordano coming up at 9:30. We'll give you details as to why in just a little bit. Our buddy Sean Farish tomorrow at 8:30, and a awesome shout-out to not only our pal Road Warrior, but the man of the hour yesterday, Jimmy Matthews, who came through on his bet, and he came back with the flag, and then we gave him a tour of the whole complex.
By the way,
Yeah.
I wanted to tell you guys, one of our listeners, Jeremy, emailed me yesterday. He showed me a picture of his truck, and he said he's willing to display the Kayal & Company flag on his truck.
Okay.
So, after you're done with it, Kayal, I will I'll ship it off to Jeremy.
There we go.
Or Jeremy can come here and pick it up, and we can give him a tour of the station as well.
It's like passing off the baton.
Yes.
In a relay
yes.
race.
So just so all of you people who don't know what we're talking about, we have a Kayal & Company 1210 WPHT flag that if you're willing to put on the back of your truck, your minivan, your whatever, fly it in your house or outside. It has to be outside.
Put it on your deck.
The front deck, though. The back deck doesn't know.
Yeah, that's true.
Good. You know what I mean?
Back deck flags aren't low energy,
yeah,
right?
front where people can see it.
Yeah.
If you're willing to do it, send me an email, greg.stocker@odyssey.com, or tweet me or send a message on YouTube, and we'll get in touch with you so you can take the flag for a week.
There you go. Kayal & Company.
Free publicity.
That's right.
That's all we're looking for.
That's right.
Thank you.
855-839-1210. Bathroom updates in D.C. We'll get to that story. We've got Ellen to get to. We've got a few broadcasters, a few athletes to get to. And then also still ahead, Bobby Kennedy against the junk food lobbies. We're going to talk about that story and also Jaguar.
Jaguar.
How do you say that, by the way? Because I think Jaguar is incorrect. I think the way they say it, isn't it like
Jaguar?
Jaguar.
That's
I think the British say it that way.
Well, it's a British car.
It's kind of how like Will Ferrell said it in the SNL bit, right?
Yeah.
I say Jaguar.
Yeah.
Me too.
It's different than like,
You know what I mean?
the Jacksonville Jaguars or
Maybe-
the actual cat, right?
But maybe Ellen and Portia, when they go over to the UK, they'll pronounce it Jaguar.
Jaguar, yeah. Always go back to that SNL skit with Jaguar and Will Ferrell. He's like, do you enjoy luxury? Remember that bit? What was that bit called?
I have no idea.
You have no idea? No. I'm probably the only one that remembers it.
Probably.
That's all right. All right, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:05. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal & Company News Live. We are sponsored this Thursday morning, November 21st, sponsored by Piazza Auto Group this morning. So we do have word, some good news here that SEPTA, and this is a huge union, SEPTA And the city have come to an agreement. So it's a 1-year deal. It's only a 1-year deal, but that strike has officially been averted. So we have that headline this morning. I want to get to another union story, and that is dealing with that middle school stabbing that we talked about.
Oh, yeah, with the 11-year-old.
The two staffers still recovering after being stabbed, according to police and authorities. This happened at the Castor Gardens Middle School, where this 11-year-old was able to get through the metal detectors, and a Philadelphia school, now the Philadelphia Federation of Teachers, speaking out about this, calling it an epic administrative failure. And so ripping on, I guess, union procedures, the fact that no lockdown was called or anything of that nature, and they are investigating the entire situation. But what happened here was it became clear that the child who they've confirmed had some kind of developmental and behavioral issues and challenges going on, so they knew about this. This is in Northeast Philadelphia, middle school there. And so when it became clear that the student did have the knife and was threatening to stab people, according to these accounts, what they're saying is that the procedure should have been, somebody should have called the lockdown. Now, there was a lockdown that did go into place.
After the fact.
It sounds like, because I know Monique Braxton spoke out about it. She's the spokesperson, used to work for NBC 10 and so on and so forth. But the spokesperson came out and said there was a lockdown 90 days, but it looks like it was after the actual stabbings began.
It seems to me like, when we look at where the liability is, it's not so much obviously on the 11-year-old, right? Because they've got, some sort of developmental issue. I don't even know that I can blame the metal detector, because sometimes technology fails us. It's either the protocol in the school once we get past the metal detector, or again, as I mentioned yesterday, where are the parents in this situation, right? You're talking, we go back to, what was the case that we covered in Michigan, where the parents were found liable for the murder of that child that went off. Both the mom and the dad were tried separately. You have a kid that has some sort of, mental, disability. Don't you have to be aware of what your child is taking with him to school each day?
I think the issue is, okay, so I think there are multiple issues and multiple layers of what's going on here. So to your point, I just think that we have to rethink this issue of so-called mainstreaming kids that we know have serious developmental disability. I mean, this is a big controversy, within education. Back in the day, all kids who were not mainstream would go to some other school.
Yeah,
right.
I remember.
And so that then affects, the idea was that if you mainstream all these kids, just like in society we're mainstreamed, that it's better for everybody.
I think, and so you're referring to like programs, quote, back in the day, like IU20, things like that?
Yeah, I mean, schools, this is, schools used to, any child who was not able to be in the classroom and follow the mainstream curriculum.
Right.
They would then go to some other school, whatever was going on with them, whether they were, had developmental disabilities, behavioral, all kinds of different disabilities and challenges. They just were deemed not able
to keep up with,
and just not able
to process things,
and not able to go into the schools,
right, and socialize and function, and
And that had to do with kids who just had physical disabilities, weren't allowed.
Yeah.
Then the schools said, you know what? It's better for everybody to be mainstreamed. And even kids, and this is, there are controversies about this, that there are kids with physical disabilities, because whether they have physical disabilities or they have other challenges, the average kid costs up to $100,000 when you have to staff for that one child.
Yeah.
A lot of districts say this is not fair. It's not a fair formula. So that is an ongoing issue right now. So in this particular case, I think they're just critical of all of the failures, epic failures that let these people down. But there's also, because they say there's disinvestment. In other words, the union wants more money, more resources, more personnel, more equipment. That's what the union is saying is the answer. Maybe you would say, no, the answer is not to throw more money at this. The answer is that if you have a child who has developmental disabilities and who is violent, they need to be extracted from the mainstream school environment. That's another argument here. There are also stories of heroism that at least one of these, the woman who was, she's like a front secretary or paralegal who works there, she realized the kid had the knife and was running down the hall and saying, and I guess she was one of the people stabbed, but she was saying, lock your doors. And that was before nobody was calling a lockdown for some reason.
Right.
So she was the hero who decided to take it upon herself to try to protect people from this dangerous 11-year-old with a big knife.
Amazing.
It's a horrible story and I think it's a microcosm for the reason we need to fix, at the top, we need to fix the Department of Education or empower local schools and local districts to deal with this stuff.
Linda McMahon, line 1.
Yeah, right?
We'll see.
So we have that going on in Philadelphia, and that's a big controversy, the union speaking out about it. I will tell you what, this is a follow-up, Kayal and Company News follow-up. Remember when we talked about George Norcross?
Yes.
And that there was this huge investigation, and he's obviously a huge political power broker in New Jersey, was a backer of and he would back both Democrats and Republicans like former
Gold Bar
Governor
Bob, right?
And former Governor Chris Christie.
Oh, Chris Christie.
He was a big ally of Chris Christie. But now one of the headlines is that federal authorities had listened in on Norcross's phones. This was back in 2016. A huge investigation of his relationship with John Doherty, the Philadelphia labor leader, obviously, who was convicted. And there was a whole, investigation that we're now learning about. But the U.S. Attorney's Office never charged him. And they concluded that last year and decided not to pursue federal charges against George Norcross.
Okay.
So that one is swirling. Remember, there was the news conference recently, and we talked about that. So there's just an update to that one.
All right.
So I wanted to give you that story. I was looking for, some other news of the day. I thought this one was interesting. A new study says the worst time to have a baby is Christmas Day.
Yeah.
Worst time to have a baby.
Worst time or worst date? Because if you're a Christmas baby...
Oh, yeah, that's true.
You don't get... You get gypped on presents.
Yeah, even
right?
even baby Jesus. I mean,
Yeah.
didn't have
Yeah. Well, I've been kind of shortchanged because I was born January 3rd. So
yeah, that's a low energy
it sucks.
birthday. It's a
Yeah.
low energy birthday.
It's like a 8-day stretch of Christmas, New Year's, and my birthday, and
No.
everything just kind of lumped together.
When you were a kid, nobody probably wanted to come to
No.
birthday parties because they were all partied out after Christmas or
Right.
New Year's Eve. They're
Plus,
like,
I didn't have friends growing up
that's
anyway.
true. That's
so,
true.
Yeah.
Yeah. The worst birthday. Yeah, that's a good question. The worst birthday. Christmas Day is probably
The worst.
Yeah, for people who celebrate.
I would say the best is the
But-
4th of July. I mean, being
No.
born on your nation and
No.
fireworks. No?
No.
Really? As a
Yeah.
kid, 4th of July firework party for your
But
birthday?
the problem with when you're a kid, you want a date when people are around. A lot of people travel or are doing things on the 4th of July.
So what do you want, like May 7th?
I don't know. January 3rd is a bad birthday.
It is.
It is.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I just think they said that the reason in part that they said Christmas Day was the worst
Yeah.
is that they said that nearly 90% of adults are stricken with extreme stress
No, for God's sake.
leading up to the holiday season. And so having a baby on top of all of that, and this was what to expect. There were all these different studies that they were talking about. I would disagree because I think that you get a get out of jail free card. If you're pregnant, you're pregnant, can't cook, can't wrap presents,
right.
can't shop.
Yeah,
I'm pregnant.
My mom
bye-bye.
my mom went into labor with me during the 1984 Orange Bowl between Miami and Nebraska, and she had to go to the hospital.
You would know that.
And my dad said, "You got to hold on here. I've got Miami -3.5. Game's not over yet." It's a true story. My mom went into labor during the Orange Bowl.
These are the childhood stories
Yes.
that Kayal was told.
This is what my dad raised me on. Explains everything you've ever heard come out of my mouth.
But I would say also they're quoting the fact that if you go into labor and it's Christmas Day, Christmas Eve, let's say New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, but especially Christmas Day, you're dealing with probably the least experienced team, like medical team.
All the newbies.
And a bunch of people who don't want to be there either.
Right.
They're like, oh, God, another pregnancy.
So here's my advice.
Yeah.
Here's your only hope. If your water breaks and it's Christmas Day, you want the hospital where there's a really experienced, awesome Jewish doctor.
Yes.
Who says I'll be the mensch. I'll work Christmas Day.
Amen.
Right?
Amen.
And that's the guy or gal that you want.
Yeah, I know. I love how you brought up the fact that people can't handle you said something about the stress.
Yeah. It is stressful.
It is, but we live in this world now, like stress all of a sudden is this new novel concept, as if stress hasn't existed for the duration of mankind. It's just amazing that, like, in today's society, people can't handle the everyday stress of life. Like, what did people do in the 60s with stress? Or the 40s? They handled it much better, did they not?
They repressed it and drank it.
Okay, I'll throw out a zinger. What decades did you say? The 40s, 50s, and 60s?
Decades I should have been
What
born.
happened in the 60s? I will say the women's movement.
Okay.
So what happened? See, women were not appreciated. That's why the women's movement happened. And so women, like my grandma, my mom, they would say like, "Oh, I'm just a housewife," and then went into the workforce and that sort of thing. So I will say that in the 40s and 50s and 60s, what happened was, or early 60s, women were in charge of all of this. Women were your mental health advocates. Women kept everything going great. Women made sure that the house, the children, the husband, everybody was healthy and happy. They made sure that all the meals were home cooked. That's why you didn't need boxed meals, because they were made from scratch.
That's right.
And so it was our society's lack of appreciation of women that then led to, or maybe it was.
Tell them, Dawn, I agree with you.
Or maybe it was, I don't know, maybe it was just angry women like on The View who forced it through. I don't know really what started
women
it all,
at
but
home making great home cooked meals. Less people were fat and obese.
Think about it.
Now
Mental
we're all on
health
the fly.
crisis.
Yeah.
So maybe now what we need is to go back to more women who say, we have a child care issue. I want to stay home and I want to be a mom and I want to run things, but be recognized for that and be celebrated. I'll just throw that out there. Maybe you think that's controversial, but
no.
If you look at through our society, what started all of this, I suspect that's when it started. Because we told women who stay at home and have their babies and take care of themselves.
Says
and
the
their
woman
families.
who's a working mom.
Yeah.
Right. And you know why?
Who's never home and sleeps 2 hours a day.
So I do everything my mom did, but I do everything my dad did. So the women's movement is a total scam.
Yeah.
We're getting scammed. And the women who I know, my one son brought this up. There are women who I know who are full-time stay-at-home moms. Their husbands cook. Their husbands do the bulk of the grocery shopping, and they're stay-at-home moms. And yet those women are like celebrated, and everybody goes, "Oh, she's home with the kids. She needs a break."
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? So that's a good thing, though. I think that's good that we celebrate.
Did you watch Mad Men? I mean, like it wasn't this ideal time back before the women's movement.
I did watch Mad Men.
Men were at the office cheating with their secretaries and drinking and out for days, had mistresses.
I.e. the Kennedy family.
Come on.
Mom was home raising their three snot-nosed kids.
You know what I think it really is? It's poor parenting. Parents that haven't prepared their child for life. Like, I remember my dad back in the day used to say all the time, enjoy your childhood, because when the real world hits, I'm telling you, it's not going to be all puppy dogs and candy canes. And then you have a lot of these parents that are disconnected from their kid. They give them an iPad. And then these Gen Zers go out there and then, oh, my God, I don't get home until 6 o'clock at night. Yeah. Did you think it was going to be like this the rest of your life?
Here's the thing. And I do agree with parts of what Dawn is saying. But what I'm saying is that our Odyssey workplace here is a better workplace because we have female bosses here. This is a better show because Dawn Stensland is on it. Wow. I am saying that like there are, women are better in the workforce than a lot of men are. So, to say that they need to be home and raising kids is ridiculous.
Well, I don't mean all their entire careers. I just mean have your kids when you're young.
Who knew
and
that
then
Dawn
go
was
into the
Harrison
workplace.
Dawn, you should give commencement speeches on this and cause controversy.
I know, right? And by the way, I loved Mad Men in the beginning. It got ridiculous, but not everybody was doing that, and not everybody looks like John Hamm or January Jones. I mean, that's what made the show, these like gorgeous people and whatever. But I do think that there's something to be said for that back in the day there were so many women who then were made to feel like they were less because they were made to feel like, well, I can only be equal in society if I do what the men do. I think we just have to rework that whole thing. We have to say, you be you. If you want to stay home with the kids for 5 or 10 years until they're school age or whatever, then that's okay, and then get back into the workforce.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
I agree.
That's my...
I'm with you, Dawn. The hell of Stalker. He's wrong on this one.
Shocking.
No, I think there are parts of it we could rip apart. I just don't want to talk about all the murder and mayhem that I talked about at 6 a.m. So
we want to talk about the fact that women shouldn't be in the workplace anymore because Dawn was like, the women movement screwed us. Okay, all right. Well, I'm sure parts of it did, like any stupid movement like that did. But I the workplace is better because we have women in it. I'm telling you, it is.
Especially when you keep men out of women's bathrooms in the workplace, which we will talk about coming up after the news.
So let's get to, first of all, forecast. I know it's a rainy, drab morning, and it's not a pretty day in the city of Philadelphia, by the way, so be safe. There are a lot of accidents still that started about the 5 a.m. hour today. Slipping, sliding, fender benders, and road rage and all of that going on, so please be safe. A rainy morning. The rain will dribble out throughout the day, and the sun is supposed to allegedly peep out a little bit, but we're not going to break 60 degrees today, 51 degrees and brisk. We are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. Experience the joy of a new Volkswagen during the Sign Then Drive sales event. So you can lease a new Tiguan from Piazza Volkswagen of Ardmore or Langhorne. That's with 0 down. Or get 0% financing for 60 months. Zero down? Wow, 0% financing for 60 months. Visit PiazzaVW.com for all the details. Piazza Auto Group, thank you for sponsoring Kayal & Company News Live, 7 a.m. edition.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. About 25 minutes out from the cut sheet. Before we get there, though, a Sarah McBride update, an Ellen DeGeneres update, and everybody's fleeing social media for greener blue pastures. Weird, isn't it? I'll explain coming up. Kayal & Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Thursday night football tonight. Get ready to tackle the NFL with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Looking to tonight's game, the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Cleveland Browns. Let's try this 6-leg same-game parlay. Jameis Winston, first quarter, all passing yards of 40-plus yards. Elijah Moore, 5-plus, first quarter, alternate receiving yards. Cedric Tillman, 5-plus, first quarter, alternate receiving yards. And Jerry Jeudy, first quarter, alternate receiving yards. You can place a $10 wager on that and win $257. Or place a $5 bet and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins, if it's your first bet. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg. Sign up right now. FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL, and 1210 WPHT. 21 and over. Present PA. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Better water leads to a better everyday experience. With treated water from Martin Water Conditioning, you can experience silky smooth skin, refreshed hair after a morning shower. Your clothes and towels feel softer. They're no longer battered with minerals. Your coffee and teas taste better. Your appliances using water lasts longer. Even before you leave your home, your entire morning experience is improved with better household water. If you want to experience better water, call Martin Water Conditioning 800-887-7555 or go online at martinwater.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com.
This Saturday morning at 10, tune into a special edition of Your Radio Doctor with Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Get the latest news and information affecting your health and wellness. Your Radio Doctor at a special time, this Saturday morning at 10.
Right now, someone you know is hungry. The Catholic Charities Appeal needs your help to provide hope to those in need. 1 in 5 people benefits from the money we raise. I'm Ernie Russum, board president of the Appeal. Please donate at CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org.
Got a shopping list a mile long but need to charge your EV? No problem. Now you can fill up your cart and your battery at the same time. With a convenient network of Shell recharge stations at some of your favorite shopping spots, you can get everything done in one trip. Shop for groceries, clothes, and more while your EV charges up. And never miss a beat. Shell Recharge. Download the Shell app today to find the nearest Shell Recharge location. For more information on locations and how Shell measures reliability, visit shell.us/Shell Recharge.
Choosing the right candidates for any office can be difficult.
My office has lots of drama.
My office has its ups and downs.
I share my office. But no matter what kind of office you have, one thing's for certain. If you're hiring, you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds the most qualified candidates for your roles fast, and you can invite your top choices to apply. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So, for any kind of office.
I'm really going places in my office.
My office has everything you could ever want.
Count on ZipRecruiter to find the right candidates for it. Try ZipRecruiter for free today at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
7:30, it is Kayal and Company live on a Thursday morning. A lot of things coming to a head today and yesterday. The Laken Riley murder conviction, that trial wrapping up. We've obviously discussed a lot of the stuff in Bucks County with Bob Casey Jr. Also, a follow-up story and an update now to a story that we talked a lot about yesterday. I believe this was during the cut sheet. We played a lot of clips of Nancy Mace and what is going on Capitol Hill with the first trans Congress member to attempt to use, and as Dawn would say, technically a local story, because Sarah McBride is a congresswoman from Delaware. And yesterday, we actually gave you a couple of clips of MAGA Mike Johnson. Remember, he came out, he was having a press conference, and then he was asked about the situation. He was kind of, deflecting. He was talking in circles, politically correct. And then he came back out and issued a follow-up statement. We speculated that somebody chewed him out. Might have been Nancy Mace, might have been Marjorie Taylor Greene, might have been Trump, all the way at the top. But we do have an update as this individual now will officially be banned from using women's bathrooms. House Speaker Mike Johnson has officially ruled that the first transgender member of Congress cannot use the women's bathrooms in a decision that will shake the U.S. Capitol. This story courtesy of the Daily Mail. Newly elected Sarah McBride, who will become the first openly transgender lawmaker when sworn into office in January, will indeed have to use the men's facilities. This is the culmination of Nancy Mace, Marjorie Taylor Greene calling McBride a man, also accusing her of being mentally ill. I believe it was Marjorie Taylor Greene that called her a predator. I agree with the man. I agree. It's my belief that a lot of these individuals are dealing with some sort of mental health breakdown. I don't call this individual a predator. I don't think all of these individuals are predators. Some of them end up being that. But that is Marjorie Taylor Greene's words. I thought it was interesting, too, when we talk about placating to the LGBTQ and specifically the T in that equation and that community, I was actually overselling the numbers. It's actually staggering how very little transgender individuals there are in the United States, which also I think illustrates the absurdity that they should be permitted to play in women's sports or use women's bathrooms or women's locker rooms, because according to data, the number of adults who identify as transgender in the U.S. is between 0.5% and 1.6%. So when we talk about a country of, 330, 340, 350 million people, we're talking anywhere from 0.5% of the population to 1.6%. Delaware Congresswoman-elect Sarah McBride issued a statement in regards to Mike Johnson's official ruling yesterday saying, quote, "I'm not here to fight about bathrooms." Thank you, Phil. You can see the statement on YouTube. "I'm here to fight for all Delaware and to bring down costs facing families. Like all members, I will follow the rules as outlined by Speaker Johnson, even if I disagree with them. This effort to distract from the real issues facing this country hasn't distracted me over the last several days, as I've remained hard at work preparing to represent the greatest state in the union come January." You can see more of the statement there. So Sarah McBride actually respecting a rule, unlike Bob Casey and some Democrats, disregarding the rule of law here in Pennsylvania from the Pennsylvania State Supreme Court. So just wanted to give that update because I know we spent, 15, 20 minutes on the subject at hand yesterday during the cut sheet. From Sarah McBride to Ellen DeGeneres. Let's have some conversation about this because we mentioned it right off the top this morning in the 6 o'clock hour. Ellen DeGeneres and Portia de Rossi have bid adieu to the United States after Donald Trump's election win, and they have relocated. TMZ was the first breaking this story last night. Sources with direct knowledge tell TMZ that Ellen and Portia have settled in a new home in the Cotswolds, a region in southwest England, about 2 hours from London. TMZ says they were told that the couple scooped up the place before the election, but were, quote, very disillusioned with Trump's victory. And as one source put it, they immediately decided to, quote, get the hell out. If you haven't been paying attention, Ellen was one of the high-profile donors to Kamala Harris and her campaign, cutting a check for $3,300. The former talk show personality wrote at the time, quote, there's nothing more powerful than a woman whose time has come. I can't wait for Kamala Harris to be our next president. And apparently they are attempting to sell their Southern California mansion, which is listed at a whopping $96 million. Wow. How about that? So,
must be nice.
First of all, I think you're absolutely sick in the head if you decide to leave the country over who is elected president. But in a weird way, I have to give her credit because at least she kind of put her money where her mouth is. I mean, we've had how many, Barbara Streisand, all these deranged people that have allowed Donald Trump to deteriorate their mental health, that they make these claims and then they never go. And that's the beauty. That's what I always say. If you don't like it, leave. Ellen DeGeneres, you don't like it? So apparently she has decided to leave in some sort of, I'll show you, I'll take my business elsewhere. By the way, good luck selling that $96 million mansion. I'm not sure that there's a huge market for property that starts at almost $100 million. But don't you just find it incredible how many people are just losing their lid over the fact that an election did not go their way? Like, you can be mad, you can rant and rave on social media. We've all been there, right? Something doesn't go the way we had hoped for it. And, you go through the 7 stages of grief, the whole bit. And now you have this other concept that people are, for those that don't relocate and actually leave the country, they're leaving Twitter. And you're going to hear a clip. I think we have this on the cut sheet coming up at 7:45. Harry Enton talking about Elon Musk's net worth and what exactly X looks like in the last 2 years under Elon's ownership. And now everybody's creating these blue sky accounts, right? We talked about Don Lemon and Joy Reid. They're going to sign off from X. It's full of racism and homophobia and sexist commentary. And they go to this new thing called Blue Sky, which I've seen screenshots of people's Blue Sky accounts that they're promoting as they sign off of social media. It looks identical to Twitter, but yet they're claiming like it's this anti-Twitter, left-wing social media safe space. And you've had countless people that have gone to it and promoted it. LeBron James is now saying he's getting off of social media for the time being because there's just too much negative commentary on social media. And look, there's all sorts of negative stuff on social media. It's never driven me to the point where I felt like I need to announce publicly that I'm taking time off from said app. I think the self-righteous, self-absorbed mentality of letting people know you're taking a social media timeout is really, really disillusioned. And then I want to bring up this last guy. And I'm going to guess that most people in this audience do not know the name, unless you are a passionate sports consumer on top of politics. There's a broadcaster for ESPN, and he does NBA, and he also does college football. His name is Mark Jones, and he's probably the most left-wing guy at ESPN. He has decided also to quit X and go to Blue Sky. He says that X is too hateful. And I want to read out some of the tweets and the claims that he has made ever since the Colin Kaepernick situation, basically the presidency of Donald Trump. And keep in mind, this is a guy, we talked about The View, we've talked about ABC, we've talked about woke Snow White with Disney. ESPN is also a Disney property. And I want to read some of the accusations that this guy has made as he has kept his job as a sports broadcaster. And if this was in the other scenario of a conservative making claims like this on social media, their employer would zip them quick, fast, and in a hurry. But here's some of the claims that Mark Jones has made. He has made baseless accusations. Now, keep in mind, he's a college football broadcaster, that stadium police officers that give him a police escort into the venues in which he is calling college football games on a Saturday We're going to shoot him dead because he is black. He has posted tweets telling Rush Limbaugh to rot in hell the day his wife announced that Rush Limbaugh died of lung cancer. He has lied about the police murdering Jacob Blake, if you recall that case. Jacob Blake is still alive. He has called Stephen A. Smith a racial word that starts with the letter C. It's a 4-letter word. I will not repeat the word on the air. He has posted posts on social media about his white colleagues and bosses blind to racism in front of him. He has tweeted celebrating Nick Bosa, 49er defensive end, big Trump supporter, tearing his ACL as, quote, payback for standing for the national anthem and supporting Donald Trump. Mark Jones has also claimed that the Batman character is rooted in racism. So now you know he's got a mental health issue. He's thinking Batman is racist. He has posted a photo saying, Dawn, get ready for this one. MAGA women are skanks. He has posted claims that Ron DeSantis is a member of the KKK.
And ESPN lets him get away with all this stuff?
Yes.
Yeah.
He has claimed that
nice?
Aaron...
That's nice sexist.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if a Republican leaning guy on Fox or anywhere said that women who are Democrats are that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just imagine what everybody's heads would explode. That person would be fired. They would have to apologize and disgrace.
Yep. Phil, hold on to your bootstraps in the back. He claims that Aaron Rodgers is a member of QAnon. He's made statements that white people, quote, appropriated Jesus. And he has debunked claims that the police shot Breonna Taylor when they saw her skin color.
He's not wrong about the Jesus comment. Everything else he is.
This is a guy who is paid to broadcast college football and NBA basketball games, and his social media feed is littered with stuff. And I'm not for cancel culture. I'm all for free speech. But we do live in a world of culture, of consequences and consequence culture. I don't know. Some of those statements that you're making as a paid employee about sports, I don't know, man.
I find it very, very suspect that ESPN or whoever his employer is, it is ESPN,
ESPN,
right?
yes. He's a Disney employee.
Lets him get away with that.
That's right.
I mean,
that's right. And the second they fire him, he'll claim racism.
Yeah, of course.
And then, and that's why they're scared to do anything about it, because they don't want to get hit with the lawsuit. But so I just find it the hypocrisy staggering that you say there's so much hate and negative commentary on all these social media outlets. You promote that you're leaving and going elsewhere, yet your timeline is littered with far worse than probably most people see on this app.
Okay, so many things. First of all, back to Ellen and Portia really quick.
Yes.
Ellen and Portia and Eva Longoria and all of these people. Eva Longoria, who said they're all saying they're leaving. Guess what? If you look back, they were already. Eva Longoria has been living partly in Spain.
Okay.
And Ellen and Portia, Ellen's worth like $350 million. Good for her.
Mm-hmm.
But if you watched her latest comedy show that came out within the past year, she's very angry with those very woke people who worked for her and basically said she had a toxic workplace because she liked to do pranks.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
She's been out of work
Ellen
for 2 years,
has been
right?
out of work,
Yeah.
and she's very upset and hurt because she does. I think she's funny. I always thought she was funny, but she actually did like all those prank. Well, back in the day, she was funny.
Wasn't. No,
I bet
she
was.
wasn't. Remember
she's
when
like
she
a
had that
prankster.
sitcom? Remember when she had that sitcom in the 90s and she tried to pretend that she was straight in that sitcom? Everybody's like, "Yeah, sweetie, you're not straight." But
For a while, she was funny though
You
when she
think
had the
she's
show.
You think she's talented?
No.
I think she is. I think she's smart and talented,
Okay.
but I never
I don't think
watched.
she's funny at all.
Like I only would watch. I never really watched these shows very much because of my jobs. But when she had the talk show where she would have guests on and give away stuff, it was actually there was a nice little sweet spot in there that I think she did. But anyway, whether you like her or not, the truth is none of these people are leaving the country. They are very wealthy. They are very privileged, and they already had homes or were thinking about buying home. They have homes all over the place.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So they'll spend 6 months there,
Yeah.
and then they'll quietly
come
come
back.
back.
Yeah. They'll be back by
when they
next summer.
realize the weather in the UK stinks.
I know. It's like Seattle every day there.
Yeah.
And probably the Montecito place was, when did she buy that? It was like for like nearly $30 million. Now she can flip it and make a huge profit.
Mhm.
Part of the reason she probably wants to sell the California place is she wants to do all of these upgrades and improvements, and realizes all those regulations and restrictions are a pain in the butt to get in California. And they're like, I'm done.
Yeah.
It's over.
I mean, people are leaving California
Yeah.
in droves just because it's so damn expensive
Oh, I
to
know.
live
It's
there.
expensive, but it's prohibitive.
Yeah,
like
and-
even, you want a new bathroom, you
Yep.
have to go through 2 years of trying to
Yep.
jump through hoops to get the regulators to allow you to.
Awful. All right, 855-839-1210. What's on the cut sheet? You will find out coming up next on Kayal and Company here on a Thursday on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built an impeccable reputation for transforming kitchens with such professionalism, such precision, and such care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, to the all-important storage solutions, Kitchen Magic gets the job done and fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. You want to get this on the calendar, kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Nothing delivers comfort and joy quite like the unrivaled quality and taste of Omaha Steaks. This year, skip the holiday hustle and bustle and save 50% off gourmet gifts site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, get a $30 reward card when you shop early and score an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. With 5 generations of experience, they consistently deliver the world's best steak experience. And the gifting experts at Omaha Steaks have made it easy to deliver the perfect gift with thoughtfully curated gift packages starting at $89.99. From legendary steaks to mouth-watering desserts and more. Save 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $30 off with promo code NICK and a $30 reward card when you shop early. That's 50% off at omahasteaks.com and an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. Minimum purchase may apply.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Hey man, come here. You're not gonna believe it. I picked up this beautiful model. She's down here.
A model?
Yep, got her from the train store.
In your basement?
See?
Oh, model train. Whew.
Yeah, what'd you think I was talking about?
Nicholas Smith Trains. Become the conductor with any model you can imagine, from classics to new releases and holiday-themed engines. Don't forget to visit Nicholas Smith Trains and Toys this holiday season. NicholasSmithTrains.com.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Minnesota. Coverage starts at 3 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zeol. You know, I'm traveling a lot these days, right? New York and D.C., and I'm all over the place. And whenever I'm on Wi-Fi, I always use my DuckDuckGo VPN. Even when I'm home, I use the VPN because I know my data is encrypted. I do not want my internet provider knowing where I am on the internet. I don't want somebody stealing my data at a coffee shop or on the train or when I'm using a public Wi-Fi. That's why the DuckDuckGo VPN is the absolute best in the business. Listen, you hear about VPNs all the time. This one's from DuckDuckGo, the leader in online privacy protection and a local company. It's been doing this for years, helping millions of people. But that's not all you get with Privacy Pro. You also get personal information removal to make sure all your personal data is gone, and identity theft restoration. All three of those services to arm you up and protect you online for only $10 a month. And if you sign up today at duckduckgo.com/1210, you get a 7-day free trial. So do it today. duckduckgo.com/1210.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Oh yeah, 7:51, Kayal and Company, Thursday morning. Still a lot of great stories to get to. Inside the junk food lobby's plans to derail Bobby and Maha, make America healthy again. We'll get to that story. And how Kamala Harris campaigned on joy, but it's Republicans that are the cool, fun party. That story coming up courtesy of Newsweek a little bit later in the show. But right now, let's find out what's floating around in the audio-video hopper. It's time for a Thursday edition of Greg Stocker's What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday? Sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. See store for details. Relationships really do matter. Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Thank you, Cherry Hill Volvo, for sponsoring the ever-important Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. I'm going to start with Cut 9 here, Phil. I want to start with a little illegal immigration. Tom Homan was on with Laura Ingraham last night discussing the mass deportation. He's the new border czar.
Yep.
And what that's going to look like. There's been a lot of reports. There's been a lot of talk about getting the military involved. Who's going to be deported? How many? Tom Homan explains a lot of that here. Cut 9, go.
Well, Tom, we have the Boston mayor saying she's not going to help. We have other sanctuary city mayors and other leaders, governors, saying they're not going to take part in this mass deportation. But we know American citizens overwhelmingly support deporting people from this country. Take us through how it will work, what lists you will cross-reference to try to find the people that are here, and how will this play out?
Well, first of all, so those people who say they're going to stop us from what they're doing, they will not. I'm going to do this job. Men and women of ICE are going to do this job. You're not going to stop us. But let me give you a word of advice. If you impede us, there's going to be consequences. You cannot help us, but also read Title 8, United States Code 1324 III. It is a felony to harbor and conceal, knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien. So read that statute and don't cross that line. But look, President Trump has made it clear. Coming around the gate is public safety threats and national security threats, and we have plenty of them to find. Under the Biden administration, removal of criminal aliens has decreased 74%. So we got target-rich environment. So we're going to prioritize those public safety threats. And for any governor or mayor who doesn't want public safety threats taken out of their communities, you should resign your office, because your number one responsibility is protect those communities. We have ways to find people. I'm not going to explain it here on national TV because it's law enforcement sensitive, but we will find many of these folks. They will be arrested, they'll be detained, and they'll be removed. And so, because what these facilities do, and get back on sanctuary cities, they don't want us in the jails, which means we got to go to the community and find them. So these sanctuary cities are putting officers at risk, because rather than the safety and security of a jail, we can take them into custody easily. Now we got to send a team to the street to arrest them on his turf. We have access to who knows what weapons. It puts the officer at great risk. It puts the alien at great risk. It puts the community at great risk, and they're going to force our hand on this. So I want to pray every night that men and women of ICE go home to their families every night after taking the bad guys off the street.
You know, of all the people that have been picked by Donald Trump as part of this administration, I'm not sure that there's anybody, and I love what Elon Musk and Vivek are about to do with Doge, but if we were to pull up a poll question, and I think on Twitter you can only put up like 4 options, but if you could put up every single person that Trump has selected and ask the question of who is your favorite selection so far, to me the runaway favorite should be Tom Homan. Because this became, actually at one point in the summer, the number one issue in the country, surpassing the economy. And when you hear the terminology like border czar, it sounds like a badass title, right? And then you realize who your border czar was for 4 years, and it was this person. It was this person. There we go. Like we're going from like Mickey Mouse Clubhouse to like F around and find out. And that guy's sitting there saying, no, we're going to do our job. We know we have the ability to strip federal funding if you want to play the game. And then he shouts, then he verbatim gives out like a U.S. law code 13-III. It's a felony.
But to sit here and say that there's not going to be pushback and major pushback and you know there are lawyers on standby right now.
Sure.
To make sure that that they put every roadblock in place for this guy.
Mm-hmm.
So,
no doubt. It's not going to, and I said this yesterday in the big take on mass deportations, it will not happen overnight. This idea that, you know, all of a sudden it's going to go from A to Z by like March of 2025. No, it didn't happen overnight with Biden, right? Yeah. Like we saw this. And by the way, have you seen some of the videos now over the last 24 hours? There's like hundreds of people walking down the roads in certain countries.
It was 1,300 if we're talking about the same video.
To enter the country because they know it's about to end.
Because this administration continues to welcome them in, and that's earlier I reported that there is word that they're coming out with a new app that allows all the folks the hordes of folks who are trying to rush in before January 20th, and they're going to check in on the app so you don't have to check in person. So you can cross the border illegally. Just check in, and they're telling them go to New York City.
Yeah,
and skip. By the way, they would skip those periodic check-ins that they have to do throughout the year. I mean, the whole thing is crazy. And where is the Biden administration or Mayorkas or any accountability to ask them where are these missing children?
Right,
300,000 children that whistleblowers have reported that came into this country. At least 30,000 of them missed they're supposed to make a court appearance. They did not go to any kind of a court appearance. They have no idea where they are. And the whistleblowers have said these kids, they believe that these kids, many of them or most of them, are being trafficked, are being victimized in different ways. You would think that there would be urgency. You would think that the mainstream media would go, wait, stop everything.
Right.
We have in our country right now 300,000 missing children. Think about when your kid is missing, when you're down the Jersey Shore,
oh God,
right, and where they run down the beach, and you're like, everybody stop,
my worst nightmare,
right?
Yep.
Little Dylan runs. I know that was Michael with me.
Stop. I can't.
It's like, and it's like your heart stops.
Oh yeah.
And everybody stops. Everybody stops everything they're doing, and they look for that one child. We have 300,000 missing children in this country who very well may be victimized as I speak. And where's the media? Where is everybody?
Think about how outrageous it is with that app that you're talking about. Basically, to translate that, they're streamlining convenience for you to get here quicker, faster, and smoother. It's like an airline in this country streamlining convenience for customers so you could board your flight with less hassle. And we're doing that for illegal aliens in this country. And oh, by the way, Kamala Harris is where she's in Hawaii on a vacation. Joe's in the rainforest walking around in the woods.
By the way, speaking of Joe, did you guys see Nate Silver is calling on Joe to step down or resign?
I have this story here. Pollster Nate Silver called for Joe to step down and let Kamala assume office, saying he does not appear capable of making high-stakes decisions. Quote, is there any particular reason to assume Biden is competent to be president right now? Silver wrote on X yesterday, quote, it's a very difficult job. It's a dangerous world. Extremely high-stakes decisions in Ukraine. He should resign and let Harris serve out the last 2 months.
It's interesting to me where all these people were like Nate Silver 7 months ago.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, why all of a sudden now? Yeah. Is he any worse than he was 7 months ago?
No. I mean, he missed but he did miss the G20 photo summit, the summit photo.
Yeah, but agreed. I saw that, and I'm not discounting it.
Right.
But this has been a pattern for the last year and a half.
Yeah, he's been out to lunch for 2 years. This is unbelievable.
And it's just rich to me because I see all these people that post these things, and like Nate Silver, who was completely wrong with everything he said, and you know they're trying to make themselves relevant again. And I just
what is he tweeting that while he's out to lunch with Alan Lichtman? Another guy who got something wrong and is having a meltdown. He's had and we cited it. Like he was 10-1 predicting elections.
Yep.
Pretty damn good record, right?
Yep.
Now he's 10-2 and he's got to go into a hiding.
It's unbelievable. And Seltzer, the woman who got that poll spectacularly wrong, who also had a very good track record.
I know.
She retired.
Get over yourself.
Because they said that she should be investigated. That was part of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
For what?
I think that they thought it was that she did it purposely. So either she's just horrible at what she does, or she did it on purpose. I don't know.
She's not. She has the track record that showed that she was very accurate. Until she wasn't. You know?
Aren't they supposed to be?
It's like betting. You're
objective?
only good until you're not.
Yeah.
Sorry, Nick.
No, but you're right. I mean, I get a FanDuel pick wrong once a day.
Yep.
You don't see me quitting.
Yep.
I'm still firing.
You are. Getting back to the mass deportation. So there's been talk about using the military for this. Rand Paul was on Newsmax yesterday, and he thinks that this is a terrible, terrible idea.
Ooh.
And I want to get both of your opinions on this.
Okay, here's a contrarian take.
Cut 5, Phil, go.
I'm not in favor of sending the Army in uniforms into our cities to collect people. I think it's a terrible image, and that's not what we use our military for. We never have, and it's actually been illegal for over 100 years to bring the Army into our cities. Army and our military are trained to shoot the enemy. They're not trained to get a warrant to do what they're doing. The police have a difficult job, but the people removing people from our country need to be a police enforcement domestic agency, not the military. I'm all for remain in Mexico, I will not support an emergency to put the Army into our cities. I think that's a huge mistake.
Do you think that's what Trump is intending to do?
Well, that's what he said yesterday, or his spokesman said. The stories all said he would declare an emergency to use the military to remove people. I'm not for that. I'm not for really most presidential emergencies because they smack of martial rule. They smack of no congressional approval. They smack of no checks and balances. So, look, I'm supportive of President Trump. I'm supportive of removing people illegally here, particularly people who've committed crimes. But I'm not for the Army marching up and down our streets. I think it's a terrible image to send the world. It's a terrible image for us as citizens. And so I hope he will think twice about trying to use an emergency edict to have the Army patrolling our country.
Well, I'm a big supporter of Rand Paul. I like Rand Paul a lot. I love what he's done against Fauci and things like that. I totally disagree. I think we are at the point where, yes, declaring a national emergency is absolutely warranted. And I wouldn't get caught up in the optics of it. Rand Paul is sounding like a Democrat in his feelings now about the imagery. You don't have to have them in their combat gear looking like, like Rambo. All right. I mean, you can have different attire. You could do it on more of a, I don't want to say cordial basis, but it's not like you got to be walking in with machine guns like it's Ecuador and you're rounding up, the bad hombres and putting them in those prisons in Ecuador, which, by the way, if you ever get a chance, CNN did a great film documentary on that, how they cleaned up Ecuador. It's on CNN's website if you want to watch it. It's like 17 minutes long. But I'm for all the agencies. We have probably 15 to 20 million illegal immigrants here in this country. And again, you start at the top. You start at the ones with are criminals that have a track record. The ones that came here illegally, just seeking out a better life. That's the lowest priority. You get to them eventually. But I'm good with the military. ICE, state police, whatever law enforcement agency is able to unite around the common good of protecting Americans, I'm all for. I think he's getting caught. I'm a little surprised that Rand Paul's getting caught up in Trump's words and what the imagery might look like.
It's not. He's a libertarian. Like they don't want libertarians at heart, and I consider myself one too.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want the military being used for Gestapo tactics. You know what I mean? Like that's just what it is. I'm not saying I agree with him on this.
But he's also But Greg, it's also he's talking about the imagery. In other words, you are handing to the liberal media that's looking for any victory because they've all been deemed irrelevant, including the doofus who I don't even know who he is, who was saying sexist things on ESPN, which is going to be streamed and he's going to go away. But as far as Rand Paul is talking about, he's talking about the image, the media image, right? That you're going to have on camera because everybody's going to have their cell phone out and they're going to get the image of some mom with a baby or little kids and go, oh, look at the evil Trump and he's look at this mommy and the military and these big military people with all their tack gear and they'll be dragging out a sobbing mother and her sweet little children with their sweet cherubic little faces and they'll be like, I want to live in America. And it'll be on Time Magazine.
Yep.
It'll be on social media and everybody will say, this is evil. How could you do this to people who came here? And she's working, by the way, in a local restaurant, washing dishes, taking jobs that nobody else, and she's cleaning and she's working 2 jobs, and the husband's your landscaper.
Yeah.
And
All
that's
commendable,
what
by the way, if you came here legally, right? Like we just they just can't get past.
But it's the image that I'm just defending Rand Paul.
Oh yeah.
What he's warning them about is
that's
correct.
what I was saying. Right? Yeah. You don't need to be in your tactical gear. You don't have to necessarily do this in broad daylight. I'm not saying I want to see tanks going down the street, but this. It's necessary. It's a necessary evil at this point.
No, Nick, it isn't. I'm
talking about using
the prisons.
I'm talking about using the military. I'm not saying you got to come in with machine guns.
They don't have the cops. Our cops. So here, this is a real thing. This is logistical. In other words, our cops. We're still down 1,000 cops in Philadelphia. They're not going to get regular cops who what did my 6 a.m. newscast lead with?
Right.
All these crazy killers, and we got 11-year-olds stabbing people in schools, and so we cannot burden local police forces with this task.
Right, and hence
so
another reason to use the military. If you can't burden the police because they're short-staffed, then what do you have to do?
No, start with my God, how many hundreds of thousands of just criminals
but you know what you do?
who are in our jails right now, go to the jails, work with them, figure out a way to pass laws so that you can go into all of these jails and holding cells and extract people who are illegally here, who are also criminals and accused criminals like Ibarra, who just yesterday was convicted of brutally bashing in the head and murdering a 22-year-old Laken Riley, right? So go in the jails first.
But you know what
Spend
I'm
your
sick
first
of?
year doing that.
Who cares what the media spins it as, right? Who cares if Joy Reid wants to play
because you have an upcoming you've got upcoming elections. That's why, Nick.
Here's what you do. Here's what you do to Joy Reid and any mainstream media member that says, "Oh, look how inhumane it is." Americans in polls said this was the #1 issue in the country, and they supported mass deportations. So take your feelings and your minority opinion.
Easy for you to say.
That's what I would do.
You have upcoming elections, right? And we can't forget about those. They matter. And upcoming in a year and then 2 years. And so what happens if social media and all the media, because we know now what we're up against. We have seen what we are up against.
And you defeated
the last election was won because of a grassroots movement that happened. No thanks to any so-called mainstream media, not even Fox, by the way. And so you're going to have full force. You're going to have all the media, all of their energy now focused on these images saying, look at this, look at what they're doing. This is horrifying. And look at who was injured. And, oh, they shot somebody who was, resisting arrest. They're going to make it look like this administration is a horrible giant against sweet little mommies with babies. That's what they're going to do.
You know what, though?
Rand Paul is right.
The media did not vote for Donald Trump. The citizens voted for Donald Trump. And what do we want when we vote for somebody? We want them to come through on their promises of policy.
Right.
And his promise was the largest mass deportation effort of all time.
He's got to be careful, Nick.
But there's going to be a lot of first-time Trump voters that said, you know what, I might not like him, but I like the policy. Don't fail me, sir.
But be careful and be smart about it.
But if he doesn't deliver, he's JD. You know who's going to be the benefactor on the losing side of that? JD Vance. Because if Trump,
the loser is us, my friend. Because if
I disagree,
the loser is we the people. Okay, all of these people right now, from Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk. By the way, Elon, richest, wealthiest person in the world. Trump. All these people are going to be just fine. It's we the people who suffer.
Oh yes, I agree with that. Yeah,
Republicans lose in a year and 2 years in all of these elections, and so they have to be really careful about how. And that's what Rand Paul is trying to wave a red alert flag and say, "Hey, folks, be careful what you're going to do. It needs to be smart. It needs to be very stealthy.
Oh, yes.
And you need to make sure that you are doing clean extractions of people who are illegally here. The smartest thing to do within the next 2 years is extract people who are criminals among us.
And I'm all for
the smartest thing.
I'm all for a very clandestine approach. Like I said, he doesn't have to be in broad daylight in tactical gear. You do things, you go swooping in. But some of it's going to be ugly because I gave you the breakdown of where all of these illegal immigrants work. They work in agriculture. They work in manufacturing. Some of those jobs are, daytime jobs, 9 to 5, 11 to 7. There's going to be footage of, people being shipped on out of here. It's not going to look pretty, but you know what? It's going to be a lot better than watching women like Laken Riley have their skull bashed in.
It would behoove them to not go after the folks who are working illegally here in Philadelphia in restaurants, washing dishes or cooking, or in Chester County in the mushroom farms or wherever beyond in agriculture. It would behoove them to have task forces with body cam where they show say we are looking for these missing 300,000 children, many of whom we believe are being human trafficked in slavery conditions and pedophile situations, and we are a task force going after that. Show them being rescued. Number one. Number two, the opioid epidemic. Show those, and by the way, show the Americans who are supporting this, right? Convict them along the way too. And make it a massive situation where they say, hey, if you as an American citizen are supporting the human trafficking, the sex trafficking, whether it's with children or especially women, then we're going after you, the Johns, right? We're going to go after you. And then on top of that, then you go after all of the criminal elements.
Yeah.
You go after them. I would make that the focus because that will keep you quite busy.
But you know what?
I would not go into a manufacturing facility and pull out some hardworking person or by the way, whatever happened to the bridge, the Maryland bridge collapse? Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
How come we never hear about those poor men who all of them here illegally working hard? How did that happen under a union watch?
That's a good point.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Let's investigate that kind of situation.
You try to do all this and you say all this to Democrats. Like you mentioned, the mom that's going to be crying, that's getting taken out of a place of employment with her 2-year-old while the 2-year-old's got snot running down her face. And Democrats are getting in their feelings. Yet you tell them that fentanyl has killed more American kids and children in this country than every terrorist organization combined. And they don't even bat an eyelash over over it. So, like, I gave the example about illegal entry a few weeks ago on this show, and I said, wait a minute, so you're telling me you're going to get in your feelings over a parent being separated from their child that committed a crime and came here illegally. Well, let me give you this example. Like I said a few weeks ago, I decide to walk into Sephora tonight at 9:15. They close at 9. I go in, I bust my way in there, I grab a bunch of stuff out there, I get arrested, and they come to my house, they find me, and my daughters are crying. And I
specific.
say, and, yes,
I know.
because I can't afford Sephora products. And that's a PSA, girls.
'Cause that's
no
all his
Sephora.
daughters want.
No, you have enough Sephora and enough candy to last you 3 lifetimes. It's over.
He's projecting.
It's over. I'm going to bring Tom home into the house if you keep it up. So.
Sorry, I didn't mean to derail your point.
Now, let me ask you, would any Democrat start crying if the police came to my house and escorted me out in handcuffs because I stole from Sephora to make my daughter's life better? And I said, well, I know I broke the law.
You know he's thinking about
But look at Olivia and Mia. They're crying. I don't care about your feelings. These are the adults. I don't care what country you came from. Number one word, illegal. Margulies in Bucks County, illegal. It's not optional whether or not you want to adhere to the law or the Supreme Court's rulings or precedent from another court. It's not optional. It's the law. I'm sorry.
But I'm just, and I love your story of we have to figure. You need.
And I'm not joking.
We need
Tom
Nick to
Homan
have
is
a
coming to my house.
Sephora sponsorship or a really cool makeup, for the daughters, because it's. Believe me, my son, that was his ex-girlfriend, wanted, it was like $400. He's still working that off. I know how expensive it is. It's cray-cray.
Oh, and on a serious note, you know who's really probably ticked off about a lot of this? We have our buddy Tony from Pottstown and other listeners and people in this country. Those that did it the right way and came here legally and got in line and waited their turn, those are the people that should be fuming the most because everybody else is now getting the cheap, easy way in.
Let me ask you guys this question. If it's not the military that's going to do this, we're tasking local law enforcement with rounding people up? Really? Who's doing the deporting?
Right. See, a piece of this is, and that's Rand Paul, to your point, that's the point that Rand Paul is saying, for example, the military is not trained for this. And it's kind of like when we talk about a domestic dispute, which is the most dangerous. This is a domestic situation, basically, where you're having military. They're not trained for this kind of domestic operation. Then they got to deal with a family and I don't know. It's really messy.
What do you bring? You bring a social worker with you then? You bring an interpreter? There's got to be smarter people out there than us to figure this out.
It's not an easy situation, and that's why I think they just have to, first of all, train people. See, that's why I'm saying they're smart if they go through the jails, through the holding cells, all of that, and somehow get them to cooperate. And that's why they have to figure out how to, because right now, technically, it's illegal for cops here. I deal with this. You guys, I call on things all the time with my sources, and I'm saying, is this an illegal? And they would get fired. They can get in huge trouble.
They can't even give that to you, right?
They're not supposed to give it, so it has to be on background. It has to be off the record, never tell, etc. Use a different phone than your cell phone. Seriously, they would be fired. So they're not allowed legally to tell because it's a sanctuary. So they have to deal with that kind of thing where the police officer is allowed to put on the report, or perhaps it should be some kind of legislation where at the top, law enforcement across the board in a federal law must put the citizenship status of any detainee. If they could pass that, if they could put that through, then that would allow them to go in and do a clean extraction of someone who's in a holding cell. You see what I'm saying? That's very clean. In the meantime, then, when they're rounding up all these criminals, accused terrorists, like the guy I reported, what was that, 6 or 7 a.m., the guy who was going to blow up, the part of Manhattan, right? So the terrorists, all of that. In the meantime, it's going to take a good year to train in whatever task force, if it's the military, whatever that looks like, to train people to go in and do other extractions. Do you know what I mean? They need at least a year and a half to do the proper training because nobody's trained for this.
Yep.
That's my suggestion.
Yeah, let's put up a poll question. Phil, can you put up a poll question? Do you agree with Rand Paul that using military in mass deportation is a terrible plan?
For non-criminal illegals. That's basically what he's saying. That these are non-criminals.
Oh well, I don't think you need the military for non-offenders. No, I'm saying military for the tough criminal illegals that are here that are convicted.
But that's what Caroline Leavitt, what she announced. It appeared that she announced they would marshal every federal and state power necessary to implement a mass deportation program using declaring a national emergency, using military to extract people who are here illegally, invited, by the way, by this current administration, but never did anything as far as, we've seen the criminals. We know who they are, right?
Well, it also comes down to the level of compliance, right? Especially for the non-criminal offenders that are here. If they're willing to leave voluntarily, I mean, obviously you don't need to use military force. But if they become combative, if all of a sudden they are in possession of a firearm or whatever, then you got to use whatever force is necessary. Like I have always been a proponent of the police and the military using what they need to do to protect themselves when somebody else, and we see it all the time here in Philadelphia. So this is also, I think, a byproduct of the defund the police movement. We've demonized military. We've demonized politicians that want to, make America great again, an American first populist nationalist agenda. I'm sorry, I care about Americans first and foremost. I don't want to see anybody in pain or suffering, but you know what we got to do? We got to have priorities.
Well, somebody on the YouTube chat brought up, and this goes to Dawn's point. Somebody on the YouTube chat brought up. I'm sure you remember this, Dawn. I remember it very well. I think it was 1999-ish. Elian Gonzalez.
I remember that name.
You remember that case where basically this kid, was here illegally, and they literally sent in the National Guard or something. Like they raided his house, and that image was put on. It was a different. It was a different time. You know what I mean? Like there was no social media. People only got their news from the television or newspapers. Mm-hmm. But that image was plastered everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Everywhere. So I get Dawn's point about this, about how the media is, but I agree with Nick, too, that the media's going to run with whatever they're going to run with.
Of course.
They're going to find a way to spin it any way they want to.
And they've become less and less relevant, and that's why I think we're going to get to the point now where people continue to keep tuning them out. So, AOC can go on MSNBC, and, Joy Reid and Rachel Maddow can say this, and Jim Acosta can spout into the ecosphere. It's not working. Like we tuned them out for the last 3 years. So you know what? This is what people wanted. This is what people voted for, and people are in mass agreement on this. So let them be the vocal minority shouting from their little mountaintops. I don't think it's going to work.
By the way, Elian Gonzalez, this goes back almost to the date because it's November 21st.
It's 25 years, right?
It was November 25th. It was Thanksgiving Day. And he was this little boy clinging. 1999? Yeah. 5-year-old Cuban boy, Elian Gonzalez. I just looked it up. I was like, oh, my gosh, it was almost to the date. Good thought on that. And so think about what happened, though. In truth, it was that he escaped, but it became a custody dispute, right? Because wasn't his father still in Cuba?
Yep.
So mom is here with her family. The dad in Cuba says, I want my son. And so they ended up with that horrible situation where he went back.
Mm-hmm.
But he became a celebrity. The truth is that then the Cuban government, he just got an engineering degree. They every once in a while they release pictures of him. He's doing great.
Yep, and because most of my knowledge is from the 90s. If you guys remember the late 80s and early 90s, Daryl Gates, the police commissioner in Los Angeles, when they had that huge gang problem, he basically was just like, we're taking battering rams into homes that we believe are drug dealers, and if they're not, oops. But like by any means necessary, that
Rodney King,
that whole thing spurred Rodney King, spurred the LA riots. So it is. When you use military like this, it is a powder keg that is ready to.
Because there will be innocent bystanders that get their rights violated by accident.
And who are those innocent bystanders? They're the so-called black and brown community, and that's what Greg is referring to. So that's Rand Paul's point is, you talk about martial rule and government overreach. And what Rand Paul is saying is, if you really want to declare like a national emergency, don't do it through some kind of an executive order. Do it through a congressional vote, and that way it spreads the accountability around and brings forth public debate.
Well, maybe Trump won't have to do executive orders because he has the House, he has the Senate. I mean, he's got a lot of power right now across the board. So maybe it won't have to resort to executive orders or recess appointments and things like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, Rand Paul, what I do really agree with him. He's saying take those who you know have committed crimes, you know, actual like start with the violent crimes or some of the.
Yeah.
We have so many of these Transgender gang members. We have the cartels here, and I've reported in my news. I mean, we know that these burglaries that have happened in Philadelphia, the main line, Montgomery County, Bucks County, Chester County. These are either the cartels, but I also confirmed, what was that 2 weeks ago, the gang members.
See, Democrats, I care about you as well. You with your ritzy houses on the main line. I don't want you being burglarized.
You guys know why this is a good topic? Because right now the poll on the YouTube chat is 50-50. 50-50. Do you agree with Rand Paul?
Okay.
I mean, it has to be shortened just because, but people watching or on the YouTube chat know exactly what we're talking about. So the poll question right now on YouTube is, do you agree with Rand Paul? Ticked up yes by 53% right now.
Now, I'm all for, like SEAL team, Jack Carr, like, you know what I mean? I'm all for a SEAL team with the green, you know what I mean, the nighttime vision.
Yeah.
They know there's a certain community of people, and some of these are some bad,
hombres.
Bad hombres, right?
As Sean Ferris would say.
There's a large community, SEAL team. They move in.
I would love to be a SEAL member.
Get the chopper, the airplanes, put them on there. Boom, you're out of the country. Like, okay, if it's stealthy like that, I'm all for it.
I'm willing to lend my assistance as well. If Tom Homan needs me, I'll get my truck. I'll put my Kayal and Company flag on the back. Give me some night vision goggles and a vest. Let's go.
What could possibly go wrong?
I'll shoot myself in the foot.
I know.
You need 90 minutes for a nap.
I'll be in there taking my night vision goggles off. They're fogging up.
All right, we spent a lot of the 6 o'clock hour talking about the Bucks County town hall yesterday. Do you call it a town hall? Was it a meeting? I don't know. But the Margulies woman, or however you pronounce her last name.
It was their board meeting. It was a regularly scheduled board meeting, but it coincided with her after her remark.
Her statement yesterday, Nick, Kayal, Don Stanton, was that used people all took her comment out of context. Okay, it's not really what she meant. She tried to clean up the statement. She apologized, kind of. Did you guys hear this?
No, I did not.
Did you guys hear the video of this?
I mean, I played it yesterday. It was happening live.
Yeah.
But if you didn't, I think it's worth a listen again because of what she says and how she says it.
Yeah, it's only 12 seconds, but we might play it again. Here, play it, Phil.
All say things that are out of turn. We all make mistakes. I made a mistake. And because I am an elected official, I am held to a far higher standard than everybody else.
Got it?
Yes, you are an elected official by, quote, we the people who pay your salaries. I said this in the big take. I'm so tired of when Democrats get caught with their hand in the cookie jar. It's always like this forced apology that actually makes me dislike you even more. Because the way you speak down to us, the way you're like, well, it was taken out of... No. We have all of the receipts, as we say on this show. We have the clips. We play them for you. Don't insult our intelligence with these, half-hearted, backhanded, my bad type things. Not like you, had a blatant disregard for the law, and then you want to bring up stuff from 4 years ago. So when you were preaching 4 years ago about this, that, or the other thing... You don't then get to be a hypocrite 4 years later when a senator who's been in office for way too long as it is about to be shown the door. I don't like this lady at all.
Yeah.
What's her name? Christine Figueroa? Was that her name on that video there? I think that was her name.
I'm not sure.
Or was that Diane right there in that video?
Oh, that was Marseglia who spoke.
Was that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it said Christine Figueroa up there.
I don't know.
They probably used the wrong headline or subtitle. Whoever said that. Take your loss.
But I think it's the what's infuriating is that even in her apology, which then comes off as disingenuous,
Yes.
she's trying to make it something different than it was.
Right.
She clearly was defiant, and if she had just said, I was wrong. I was wrong to do what I did, and I
But,
apologize to the people who voted for me, period. I was wrong.
But you're right. She should have ended it there. Phil, play it one more time.
Yeah.
But she didn't.
No.
She went on with what she
Yes.
was going to say here. Phil, go.
Mm-hmm.
All say things that are out of turn.
Yes.
We all make mistakes. I
Agreed.
made a mistake.
Agreed.
And because I am an elected official, I am held to a far higher standard than everybody else.
Yeah.
No, you're not.
It says Christine Figueroa there. That's not Christine Figueroa, I don't think. I don't know. Sick of the whole subject. Thanksgiving coming up.
We said it earlier. Chuck Schumer calling on Bob Casey to stop this. It's over. Just stop.
Right. I mean, at the highest level of the Democrat food chain, you got Schumer saying this. You've got these half-hearted statements coming out of Shapiro's office via Al Schmidt. I mean, you can count. You can do 1,000 recounts. You don't have the votes.
Yep. Let me see. I want to play some. Let's play some. So do you know Rachel Zegler?
Yeah.
who's Disney's Snow White.
Woke Snow White.
She so you did a whole thing on her the other day. She went on Instagram or Twitter or something and apologized, but it was kind of like a half-assed apology.
It is. I really think somebody at Disney is making her walk this back because they want to sell tickets in March of 2025 when that movie comes out. That my daughters want to see, by the way.
And what is she walking back, Nick Kayal?
Remember, she went on her little tirade on social media about how disgusting it is that Trump's the president and people could vote for him. You know, the same song and dance. By the way, she might be AOC's twin sister.
I know. Look at this video of her and tell me that she's not AOC's twin
She
sister. That's a
really
very good.
is.
Yeah, especially in this video.
Mhm.
Because I see it. Phil has it up in queue here, and I can see it, and I'm just like, oh my god, it's like AOC's doppelganger.
It is. It really is.
Play it, Phil.
And to everyone who hates when I win, the winged victory came to the Louvre in pieces.
Oh, man.
And people still line up to see her. And I can only hope that despite my flaws, and despite my cracks and my breaks, and there are many of them, that at every premiere and everything I do, people will wait in line to see.
Wow. She's basically saying okay, I'm sorry, but I'm still elite, and you people suck.
Very, very much. Remember yesterday we played the Sonny Hostin legal apology?
Yep.
It's very Sonny Hostin-esque, is it not? I'm being forced to read this. I don't agree with a word I'm saying.
It's almost like a hostage video. You're 100% correct.
It's almost like sports radio hosts in this city that have had to go on the air and apologize for acting like an a-hole, and they don't really believe what they're saying, but they do it because their bosses tell them to, and they're making a lot of money, and they want to keep getting the check. Wild. Well, not that I know anything about it.
No,
but it's just
no,
wild. Yeah.
no,
I've heard.
no,
I've read websites.
You've heard.
And blogs. Yeah. Boy, she is. I mean, and my daughters really want to go see this too. And I'll probably, cater and crave and bend the knee. But I don't know. I'm going to have to go to a theater that serves alcoholic beverages because I'm just going to start standing. Enough of the woke Snow White. She's 23 and she is completely miserable.
She is. I know.
That's the shame of it.
And I know you have the world by the what. You're 23. Right? People at 43 and 53 would like to be at the level you are with fame and notoriety and fortune. And she's just a walking Hollywood version of AOC that hates America and half of its residents.
But it's with young women right now in particular. Even my sons were saying this. Why don't teenage girls or young women, why don't they have a sense of humor?
I know.
They're just, what is going on?
You talk about a miscalculation on my part. I thought that young liberal women would be the undoing of Trump for the election. They ended up being the undoing of the Democrat Party, if you think about it. I mean, that is probably one of the biggest reasons why Trump ended up winning, right? Short of, now I think black female voters only voted Trump at 7%. But we really thought that, Roe v. Wade, at least I thought that would be and it's just like, man, people are just so tired of being lectured to and being told by liberal women that America sucks, it's racist, it's sexist. We're like, just be quiet and live your life. Have fun. Put a smile on your face. Make a drink.
But how do we
Have a fresca.
Fresca. But how do we combat that? There's that old proverb that to educate a girl is to serve and educate a community, because they're the future women and the future mothers. You know what I mean? Like they're miserable. They're miserable and they have mental health issues. And I would say it's social media. Think about, and I have to say it, girls who are right now between 9 and 12 with social media. And you mentioned Sephora. So all those influencers who tell them how miserable things are. Oh, and by the way, this is the Sephora product I use. And so part of all of this is, I don't know what to advise as far as parenting, but we got to pull back if this is the influence of social media on little girls and boys too.
Yeah.
We all need to rethink that, because along with the cute little products that we think are so cute and funny and whatever, it's Sephora that they can't afford. On top of it, there's a mental health aspect that with the algorithms is I think destroying these girls.
It's just the level of disdain for everything in this country is why you talked about the women's movement, right? And I mean, so if women like that, right, like the woke Snow White, are that angry, imagine what they would have been like in the 60s or 105 years ago before women were eligible to vote. Like, this victimhood thing is being rejected by most common sense Americans, because we all realize that it's never been a better time for you, other than a straight white male, to be living in the United States. Women have more opportunity than ever. People of every ethnicity and background and sexual orientation have more opportunity than ever. You're not living in oppressive times. You're living in the greatest time of all time.
Yeah.
Well,
It's true. You're 100% right.
You're right.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. Then it just makes you wonder why all these guys, even guys like to date women who are not American-born women. You know what I mean? Because look at what we've talked about this morning. So think about the difference, like between my mom and me. My mom did not teach me to cook. She knew how to sew. She didn't teach me any of that stuff.
Yeah.
Why? Because she was dealing with the women's movement and saying, you need to be a career woman. You need to do da-da-da. So now fast forward with women and what they're being taught and told by the mainstream media, by culture, by education, indoctrination in our schools. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
All of this matters and impacts future generations. I think we have to look at this as a multi-pronged approach. It's seeping into not just social media, not just, education, schools, culture. We have to change the culture.
Yep. I didn't have Rand Paul getting me fired up on the bingo card today, but that last 45 minutes, that goes out to you, Rand.
It was Sephora.
By the way, I want to get to this before we break here again. The Morning Joes continue to hemorrhage viewers. We said this the other day. Now, you read the statistic yesterday that right after they made that announcement, they lost like 36% of their viewers or something like that.
Yep.
Well, apparently it was just as bad yet the day after. they hemorrhage viewers. And we said this because I said, like, they're not, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know why they did this. I don't know why even if they did it, why they announced they did it, because you're turning off the fan base that want to see you kick Trump in the cojones.
Yes.
And by what they look at as going down there to, kiss the ring, which is basically what they did, you're viewed as a sellout.
Right.
So, look, we have firsthand experience with that here on this radio station.
But I think there's a difference, though, between
Obama. Sorry.
I think there's a difference in being honest and brutal with your audience versus being exposed as a fraud.
You're 100% right.
Like, I think Mika and Joe got exposed as being frauds. I mean, look, I just defended Rand Paul, or I dunked on Rand Paul there for the last 40 minutes, and he's a Republican. He's supposed to be on my team. I think he's wrong. And, Dawn.
And I think he's right.
And you think he's right, and you are in agreement with him on the fact that Trump shouldn't resort to that. And, I think both sides listening to this show are probably appreciative of our honest commentary, because it was honest. It was authentic. It was raw.
And remember Rand Paul, though. Remember when he came out and said, never Nikki. So Rand Paul is trying to warn Trump to say, you just got this huge win.
Yeah.
Don't ruin it with the image of this and with a military that's not trained for this.
Right.
Get the congressional approval. Let us have your back. Because what you said, Nick, right? Trump has got the Republicans have the House and the Senate. What Rand Paul, I think, is trying to say is we've got your back. Put this to Congress. Let the people debate it in the open house on camera. Let the American people, on Greg Stocker's, on your poll right now, 50-50, and let's get the pulse of the people here.
Yep.
And then gain a swell of support for something, get the proper training, but that takes the heat off of Trump or, let's say, a partisan thing to say, hey, Americans and all of Congress supported this.
Yep.
Right?
By the way, the poll's still up on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Do you agree with Rand Paul? Right now, it's 53% yes, 47% no.
Okay.
So the 50-50, but it's close. It's
and if
very
I
close.
if I lose this poll, I will not accept or acknowledge the results. I'm going to fight it with taxpayer dollars.
By the way, so getting back to the morning Joes. So
by the way, is Mika missing this morning? I looked
know.
up and I saw Joe in the
Missing
round
what?
table.
Common sense?
She's not. That's funny.
Yeah, she had to take a mental health day, maybe.
I guess she's. I don't see her there this morning. Every time I flip and check.
So, you talk about irrelevance. This is nationwide. So these are the ratings for the Monday program where they made the announcement. The 6 a.m. hour of the program brought in 839,000 total viewers. 839,000 total viewers. That is across the country. Across the country.
I know.
And 113,000 viewers in the 2554 demo. That was Monday. Tuesday, after they made their announcement, they were down to 680,000 total viewers and 76,000 in the 25 to 54 demo.
Mm-hmm.
Now, listen, if you break that down to areas, look at Philadelphia. They quite possibly could have nobody watching them in Philadelphia. Literally a 0.0.
Those numbers, that's like the population of, I don't know, pick out a random area in Montgomery County.
Mm-hmm.
That's like that's how minuscule their viewership is.
It's amazing.
Which is also remarkable.
$8 million a piece.
Within that number, too, it's probably mostly women that are, I would guess, if I had to guess the Mika and Joe demo, specifically within that 25, I'm going to say that's probably mid to late 40s, early 50 women that have the luxury of not working because their husband might make $300,000. Seriously, who's watching that?
Okay. Phil?
Why do you always say the husband might make $300,000?
Well, like I said, I am all for my wife making that money. I'll quit today.
Maybe he's the hottie cabana man, and the wife makes $300,000.
Could very well be. I just highly doubt it's somebody like me sitting home watching Mika and Joe.
Well, you want to see who the viewer is?
Yeah.
The viewers, the viewer. Phil, roll it.
Reveal,
please. So Mika and Joe went down to Mar-a-Lago to kiss the ring.
Yep.
It's the last time I ever watched Morning Joe.
Uh-oh.
Period.
No.
End of statement. Unreal.
Yep.
I love it.
Unreal.
Yeah.
For months you were telling us he's the worst thing that could happen to this country and democracy.
He's Hitler.
And then you go kiss his ring.
She's not wrong.
Yeah.
Despicable.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's not wrong.
Despicable you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Both of you.
Wow.
Rosie, that was Rosie O'Donnell, by the way, for
yeah.
those that don't see the YouTube stream.
She's unrecognizable.
She is.
Anyway.
It is. That's stage 5.
Glasses.
That's the final stage of TDS before you perish. Bad glasses, bad haircut, mental health deteriorates. She, by the way, in a related video after she got done exposing, they're frauds, Mika and Joe. But I would argue, Rosie or anybody that actually believed them, you're the true dum-dum. Because they're getting rich off your stupidity, right?
Yep.
She ended up staying out on her porch for a while. She's got a lot of pet squirrels, apparently. Which is interesting, because didn't the state of New York just go in and kill a squirrel?
Yep.
When are they going to kill Rosie's squirrels?
We need to kill more squirrels. They're hideous creatures.
You know who kills them? The peregrine falcons we've got here. I'm in my yard and
let's get them.
Yeah.
The shadow comes and.
Are they ill-tempered falcons?
Cats and no, they're just they're hungry.
Yeah.
Hungry.
Hungry, baby.
By the way, I I can't get over the fact that they have literally no viewers. I mean, you could honestly say there's probably nobody watching in certain cities. There's probably nobody watching that show.
Yeah,
and they get $8 million a piece.
Yep,
which just because they're on TV.
Which that's just unfair.
It is.
It is.
But Larry and I used to love to watch that show because it was smart and interesting. And Joe was a Republican back then, or was I guess a Rhino whatever he was.
And
he had been a congressman.
They used to disagree, right?
And they disagreed.
Yeah.
And so they had interesting debate.
Right.
And so you had the counterpoint thing, but they would laugh. They had humor.
Yeah.
They were positive. They weren't like all this. Like Donnie Deutsche, they're all like so negative.
I would advise left-wing media to take more of the Bill Maher approach. Like, I disagree with Bill on probably 65, 70% of the things he says. But to me, he doesn't come off like an arrogant jackass. He's relatable.
He's
I think
funny.
He's funny at times. I like both the HBO show and the show where he's sitting around with his podcast, drinking tequila, getting stoned. Just be relatable.
Is he coming to town? We should have him.
I'd love to have him. I would love to chat with him.
He has stopped doing. He's going to stop after this year doing stand-up.
Really?
He's not doing stand-up anymore. He says, I'm tired of. I mean, he's made so much money.
Yeah.
Right.
He makes so much money, and he's like, I'm tired of like every weekend having to go to this place and that place. He's in his late 60s. He wants to just enjoy the rest of his time here.
Yep.
So he's going to do 2 more dates. I think he's in D.C. and somewhere else. And he's taping an HBO special.
Yeah.
At the beginning of January, and then he's completely done.
I saw him in 2015 at the Sands Casino in Bethlehem. It was tremendous. I had a coughing fit. Next thing I knew, I had vocal cord surgery. So Bill Maher's show was the demise of my voice for about 2 years.
Maybe don't have him.
Yeah.
It's bad luck.
Stay away from me, Bill.
One more clip, and then we really have to break. This is more of a visual. I've been sitting on this for a couple of days. This is cut too, Phil. So this is just video. So Nick, if you want to describe this, this is a man in a Woodbridge, New Jersey, I believe Wegmans.
Okay.
Who brought his service horse?
A service
this
horse.
is a pony.
It's a miniature horse.
Oh, it's a cute little pony.
Oh boy, play the video. Play the. This is. Can you imagine seeing this?
He's got the little shopping cart. The little shopping cart is very underrated, by the way, folks.
We've lost our damn minds.
Yes. He's got a blue he's got like a blue thing over.
Yeah, that shows that he's a service animal, right?
Yeah.
So the pony is, I don't know what
Play it
dog.
again, Phil.
Emotional support horse.
The pony's the size of like a Mastiff dog.
Yeah.
So it's like a very tiny.
Can you
cute
imagine?
And he's
pony.
behaving better than my dog does.
Can you imagine shopping at a Wegmans and seeing this?
Yeah,
I would, if I saw that pony, I would love it.
And that guy's
I
pretty
would.
physically fit. Looks like he's got a gun on his hip. Is that a gun? What is that?
Does he have a gun?
Or is he carrying a cordless phone?
I want to know. I want to know if he's doing. Hey, this is New Jersey. Ain't no way that's a gun.
No.
By the way, this is. I want to know if he did this as like a bit.
No, I think he's probably. I bet you he's ex-military, maybe PTSD. I'm just blown away by the small shopping
horse
cart.
is it's a little pony, and is wearing like a blue kind of a blanket that's identified as a specially trained service animal. I have no problem with this.
Yeah.
What?
I have no problem with it.
I kill for my dog
don't?
to be able to walk like that.
What if he
slowly.
tries to get that on a plane or something? He can't.
You think he cages that ES horse?
No. Not like you.
Right.
No, that's his buddy.
He's a good boy.
Look at that little pony. He's adorable.
Grab him an apple real quick.
And look, he's so sweet.
He's a good little boy.
Disgusting
It's
animals.
No, that's
not
weird.
disgusting.
Horses are beautiful, man.
You're there with all the produce. Ugh.
See, I would train that sucker to ride. I'd win the Kentucky Derby.
He's so
Yeah, like thank you, Carl. Poop. They poop everywhere. Horses
He's
are
not
gross.
pooping.
Yeah, but they will.
That
They
horse
will.
is trained.
They walk.
not pooping. Now he
Remember when they had the carriage rides out here? You couldn't go through Old City without horse poop.
We took our
everywhere.
girls to the pumpkin patch farm in October, and they had a little horse ride. And the Olivia's on the horse, and she's making the turn around the corner, and all of a sudden the horse just stops, and out comes out like 50 dumps.
But it's just hay. That's all it is. It's there's not, they don't eat meat, so it's really that's why it's allowed. But this little pony is not pooping, is not.
It's gross.
By the way, follow up, they are searching for that yard pooper in the Northeast in
Oh,
Philadelphia.
good.
Super pooper.
Super pooper.
Thanks to Philly Crime Update
Philly
for
Crime Update,
for
thank you.
he was or she, I don't know if it's he or she, was the first to put that out there.
Yeah, thank you.
And then we broadcasted it on our air, giving it more traction. So
And then
hopefully they're caught.
Muggsy, go ahead, Dawn.
Well, Kim Kardashian had this pose where she was like in a thong, and so then somebody in Philadelphia, maybe it was our crime, so they imposed her picture of her like squatting and did the little poop emoji. It was pretty funny. So they were saying like, is the Philly super pooper Kim Kardashian?
They ought to use her as a service animal.
Well, maybe that was her ex-husband. I'm not really sure.
Muggsy says on Twitter, the ADA recognizes dogs and mini horses as service animals.
Because the mini horses are the size of a large dog.
And if Muggsy says it on Twitter, it must be true.
Hey, if our ex-military, with what they've been through and the mental health, if that helps you get through your day, I don't care.
I don't disagree with you, Dawn. I don't disagree with you. But he's going to bring it into a supermarket.
So?
Hey, I need emotional support at the grocery store. Have you seen your receipts? It's amazing I don't run amok with a meat cleaver at the checkout.
That is such a good little pony.
EKZ,
so sweet,
who hates me. He says, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Greg is coming off as the most sane person on the show today. Thank you, EKZ. I appreciate it.
All right. So EKZ, let's I have no idea if that guy is ex-military, but you go over and have drones and bombs and shells and artillery and shrapnel fired at you, and then you come home and say and be told, oh, you don't need a horse in the grocery store.
A horse? A horse?
Maybe they were all out of dogs.
Of course.
Maybe the horse was smarter. Maybe he was more economically feasible.
I think
horses are the best animals.
I think you're both insane. Look, I'm an animal. I love animals.
What if you had a big dog?
I'm an animal, but not in a grocery store. If you need it to feel good about yourself and to help you cope, great. Put it in your backyard. Don't bring it to a grocery store.
And by the way, it could be argued that this pony who's the size of some big dogs, when have you heard of a pony or horse biting somebody, whereas a dog might?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So this is a trained service animal. It's a tiny, cute little pony.
Yep.
I know you think I'm crazy, but I think with the mental health crisis that our military members, I'm an animal lover, obviously.
Me too.
And my dad rescued. No, it's not.
Yes, it is weird. Stop.
Because you don't know anything about ponies or horses. My dad, we had horses. My dad rescued everything, and this animal's a sweet animal.
I'm going to go home after the nap, and I'm going to watch reruns of Mr. Ed now. Remember Mr. Ed? First ever horse that talked.
All right, we're way over, but we might as well just keep going because
what the hell? Let's just go straight till 10 o'clock.
We've already blown through this. Can I play this real fast? This is cut since we're kind of down a weird rabbit hole. Jay Leno, did you see him?
No.
Yeah, did he blow his face off or something?
He fell down a 60-foot hill in Pennsylvania. And he was interviewed by this video is courtesy of Inside Edition.
Yeah.
He was interviewed. He has an eye patch on because his eye's all swollen up. This guy's a walking disaster. If you guys remember,
he burned it.
Yeah, in 2022, he was working on one of his cars and he burned his face.
Yeah.
Is he this bored during retirement that he's like?
That's why these guys never leave those jobs.
Play this, Phil.
What on earth happened to Jay Leno?
Oh, your poor face.
Look at my eye.
Look at this.
Oh, my gosh.
He looks
Jay Leno is all bruised up.
10 rounds
The left
with
side of his face
90s
is black
Tyson.
and blue. His eye is swollen shut. And look at his injured wrist.
I broke my wrist, lost the nail on the finger, and then I'm all black and blue.
The comedian says he fell down a 60-foot hill.
I said, well, the hill doesn't look that steep. Let me take it down! And then
You rolled down a hill?
Oh, yeah.
That's not true.
No, that's true.
Jay Leno says he was staying at a Hampton Inn about 30 miles outside of Pittsburgh on Saturday night when he wanted to have dinner at a local restaurant before his show. Instead of walking 1.5 miles down the road, he decided to take a shortcut down the hill. Not a good idea. This is believed to be the steep incline he tumbled down.
Well, I hit a bunch of rocks. It was 60 feet.
Incredibly, the famous workaholic legend performed just 3 hours later without even taking a day off to nurse his injuries. Last night, he was back at it again, performing at a comedy show in Beverly Hills. This is just the latest mishap to afflict Leno in recent years. In November 2022, he was severely burned in a fire inside his garage.
I went to the Grossman Burn Center and I got a new face. That's a brand new ear.
Leno needed skin grafts, and there he is undergoing hyperbaric therapy at the world-renowned Grossman Burn Center in Los Angeles. Tomorrow night, he'll perform at Comedy for a Cause in Hermosa Beach to raise money for the Burn Foundation. His thank you for saving his life.
Will you be able to see again?
It'll be fine. I'm not worried about it.
I mean,
I
will say this.
Now you see why Greg and I let our wives handle all the issues at the house. We don't want to end up Leno'd.
I will say this. He's tough as hell. You know what I mean? Like, he went out and performed 3 hours later. I would have been, I would be like, guys, I can't come in today. I'm hurt.
The internet, this has gone viral, but
Yeah.
people are saying that he's a gambler. It's a loan shark. He was beaten up. There are all these people saying they don't buy it, that it's something else.
Yeah.
They're saying, because he says he was in Pennsylvania, still went on with the show, was never treated for these injuries, never went right away for the treatment until he got all the way back to L.A.
Wow.
Just seeing, like, people are saying, something else fishy was said. You owe somebody some money.
Yep.
Like, what's going on?
Yep.
I don't know. Boy, Jay Leno, man. You're not slinging jokes at the desk. You're a walking disaster, huh?
Stay home, pal.
I know.
Stay home,
Now
man.
you see why Stocker doesn't leave his house.
He's a bit like he's the guy that never touched his
wife.
He never touched his Tonight Show salary. He would live off of his comedy. Like, he would do comedy gigs, and he lived off of his comedy salary.
Smart.
So he just banged his entire Tonight Show salary. I don't know why he's still working.
Right. Well, he's got to pay for all those
Gambling
procedures.
debts.
Those hyperbaric
Yeah.
chambers. Those hyperbaric chambers are expensive.
Oh
man,
I love this.
One Frida Beast, this one woman put out, so Jay Leno got set on fire a few years ago, is staying at a Hampton Inn while being worth millions of dollars with an eye patch, bruised up face,
Yes.
broken wrist, and a missing fingernail.
Yep.
And he wants us to believe he fell down a hill.
Right. She's right. That person's right.
Missing fingernail?
He's staying at a Hampton Inn.
I know.
What?
You cheapskate. Hampton Inn.
Who was he meeting?
That's where Stocker booked us for where were we a few Fridays ago. Gee whiz.
All right, we're way over.
Yeah,
Wow.
We'll wrap on a joke real quick. Irk says on Twitter, a horse walks into a bar. Bartender says, "Hey, why the long face?" There you go. More of that coming up on the Jay Leno Show tonight. It's Kayal Company. Hour number 4 is on the way, but first a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, and we are talking about Honda, which I am a proud owner of a Honda Ridgeline, but we're talking about the SUV game today, the Honda Prologue, which is Honda's first all-electric SUV. With a range of almost 300 miles on a single charge and a fast charge time, you can cruise the roads worry-free. It has 3 charging options to choose from, including a portable charging kit for when you're on the go. You can lease the Prologue today for as low as $279 per month. Think about that. A all-electric SUV for just $279 a month. Yep, that's correct. Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Springfield, which is my home location, Reading, or Langhorne for details, or you can shop online right now at piazzahonda.com.
You may have heard, Wawa has pizza. And right now, Wawa has pizza at a really great price.
Wawa has personal pizza for a night of gaming.
And it's only $6.
Wawa has pizza for when we don't want to cook.
And a 14-inch is $8.
Wawa has pizza for after practice.
A 16-inch to feed the team, $10. Right now, get a personal 14 or 16-inch Wawa pizza for just $6, $8, or $10. Wawa has pizza for all at a really great price.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos with memories you'd love to share with the family this Christmas? Right now, get exclusive early access to Legacy Box's biggest deal of the year. Digitize your memories for just $9 per tape. That's right, only $9 to preserve and share your precious moments. VHS, VHS-C, Hi-8, film reels, and more, saving you over $15 per item. Not to mention, when you digitize your memories now, Legacy Box sends all your memories back on the cloud, so they're easy to access by Christmas, and you can relive them with your family just in time for the holidays. You've heard about Legacy Box all year, but now is the best time to digitize your memories. Hurry, this $9 deal won't last long. Head to legacybox.com/value for early access to our best deal of the year. Don't wait. Secure your digitized memories by Christmas at legacybox.com/value.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie, and one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I love this song! I love nachos.
Loving everything? You might be buzzed.
You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Woohoo! Another girls' night out.
I'm so stressed from shopping, I couldn't find anything.
Have you tried shopping jewelry television, JTV?
I don't know. Everyone in my family is so different.
JTV has thousands of jewelry styles. Artisan, diamonds, pearls, colored gemstones, watches, even gift sets. I shop on TV and online.
New JTV customers save up to $40 when you shop jtv.com/radio.
Now, can you relax?
Yes. Another round?
Yes.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Parks Casino. Joe Conklin hosts national comedians every other Thursday. It's Joe Conklin's Comedy Night at Parks. Show dates and tickets. Go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Their video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Wawa's Hot Turkey is back, and it's bringing the comforting flavors of the season with it. Sink into savory stuffing, cozy up with sweet cranberry sauce, and relax into some warm, buttery mashed potatoes. Grab your pillows and blankets, because Hot Turkey is back. Plus, get your cozy cravings satisfied from the comfort of your bed with $0 delivery when you order on the Wawa app. Try the Wawa Gobbler today in a hoagie or bowl for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I feel for him.
Kayal and Company as we get the 9 o'clock hour started here on a Thursday, brought to you by the good folks at Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. The secret to finishing your holiday shopping with 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online, josephanthony.com, where gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com. We'll get to a big 3 from Dawn coming up here in about 15 minutes. Also, our morning mystery movie clip. And then bottom of the hour, our buddy Dom Giordano is going to join us as he's got a big event coming up, the Newtown Athletic Club live broadcast coming up on Monday. That's right. Monday, November 25th, noon to 3 p.m.
Yeah, it's a live broadcast. His special guests are going to be Scott Pressler and Linda Kearns, and it's going to be everybody who helped deliver Pennsylvania for Donald Trump.
Very cool. There we go. We'll talk to Dom coming up at 9:30 this morning. 2 stories to get to before we get to all of the typical bells and whistles of the 9 o'clock hour. I actually, you know what, the Jaguar story we could talk about, but I want to actually start with Bobby Kennedy. I'm still fascinated by a lot of these selections, not so much the individual, but the pushback from those who oppose said individuals. And again, you sit back and you ask yourself, if you're a person of common sense, why would you be against Bobby Kennedy on said specific issue, which is making America healthy again? You can disagree with him on vaccines and certain things like that, but his stance, his take, his views on big food, big pharma, big sugar is, I think, indisputable. And there's an interesting story. And Stalker, you found this because it was done via Real Clear Investigations inside the junk food lobby's plans to derail Bobby's agenda. I just wanted to read a couple of these excerpts here. And they write the following: America's most famous fast food fan may be an unlikely candidate to make America healthy again, but Donald Trump seems willing to tackle the eating habits that have led to skyrocketing rates of obesity. The junk industry, for the junk food industry, is not loving it. A little play off on the McDonald's slogan. Real Clear Investigations has learned that representatives of companies that make snack foods, sugary beverages, and cooking oils are already having meetings to discuss how to thwart the reform agenda of Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the former consumer rights attorney, who Trump has said will nominate to lead the Department of Health and Human Services. Their response provides an early example of what experts predict will be a massive effort by D.C. lobbyists to position their clients in response to Trump's pledge to change how Washington does business. As you know, Bobby Kennedy, in recent months, he has called for a crackdown on food additives, limits on certain crop protection chemicals, stronger guidelines regarding what he says are conflicts of interest amongst regulators and business, and a review of any substance causing what he argues Americans to be mass poisoned by big pharma and big food. Among some of the culprits, yellow food dye, yellow 5. Kennedy stands before a table against people such as Doritos, Captain Crunch, and other big industries, where he claims industries in such products are one reason why more than 40% of Americans are classified as obese. Obviously, we've talked about the, tartrazine or tartrazine is a substance that he talked. I think we played that in a clip in one of the cut sheet segments. And then also, he's going after all of the seed oils out there, including corn, soybean, sunflower, and peanut. And also one of the biggest culprits is Pepsi, PepsiCo. Pepsi's got a lot of different brands under the PepsiCo umbrella. And I think this is really, really fascinating because when you look at who is putting up resistance to this within, the citizens of the United States that hate Bobby Kennedy, I guarantee you if we got sound bites and video clips of the people providing the biggest resistance, not these big food companies and these sugar outlets, but just humans in our society that have no vested interest in any of this, that just don't like Bobby Kennedy, good chance they're probably obese. I'd be willing to bet they qualify under the obese category. And I think this is one of the most important things because I mentioned earlier in the show, if we could put up a poll question of all of the people that Trump has selected, who do you like the most? I like Tom Homan the most as far as the borders are. I think when we talk about eliminating things in the deep state, Elon and Vivek would get a ton of votes. But if you tried to argue, I like Bobby, and this is why, big food, big pharma, you're not going to get any pushback from me. Because I think there are a lot of Americans. I always mention my wife's uncle. He is so left on some issues and so far right on other issues that they actually wrap around and touch. I've told you he's part Bernie Sanders, part Alex Jones. He has been on a kick for 15, 20 years, probably since right around the housing market debacle of 2008 when his businesses went under. And he really became critical and analytical of all of the big industries in this country. And he literally, and he says this, and I know it's cliche, but he does it. He only shops on the perimeter of a grocery store. He does not go down the middle aisle.
Which is hard to do.
Which is very hard to do.
Too. And you also have to be careful, too, because, we talk about, fresh fruits and vegetables and all that stuff. Make sure you're, because like all of these, like the blueberries and the apples and everything you're getting, like they're sprayed with pesticides, too.
Yep.
So, there's a reason why you can buy blueberries and apples when they're not in season. You know what I mean? And they're big, giant juicy ones.
Yep.
So you have to just be careful because, again, it's not the food. It's the chemicals and stuff they put in the food.
Yep.
It's not what you're eating. It's not the McDonald's you're eating. It's the ingredients that McDonald's is putting in compared to what they're putting in ingredients in other countries.
Yep.
And that's what we really need to. Everybody thinks that this is like some war against junk food. It's not. It's a war against what these big companies are putting into this to make it to make them bright in color, to make them taste better, to make them this and the other.
And last longer.
And it's that we just need more transparency. Look at the ingredients of what you're buying. And if there's a bunch of stuff in there that you don't know, don't buy it.
I think from a pushback standpoint, and by the way, when he does that shopping around the perimeter, and he lives in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. He's probably bitten neighbors with Biden, actually.
Yeah.
If he knows where Joe is, we could actually get him on the show. But like he literally, I mean, it's like he gets fish, he gets chicken, he gets lean beef, he gets fruits, vegetables, and then dairy products. He has like skim milk, yogurts, things like that. There's no processed stuff. There's nothing in boxes, nothing in these wrappers and all this other type of stuff. But I think when we talk about the pushback,
the pushback is going to be insane.
Bobby Kennedy is going to be, and maybe he's perfect for the job because he's been dealing with pushback from family and friends in the Democrat Party now for years and years and years. These Democrat governors that are pushing back on Tom Homan and the border, I think eventually they're going to cave. Just like the Eric Adams of the world, all of a sudden they start singing a different tune. But you have people like PepsiCo and all these other corporations, these conglomerates. Oh, they are going to raise a stink.
Of course, because it's going to take it's going to be more expensive for them to produce their products.
Yeah,
they're not going to want that.
A lot of pockets are going to be impacted.
The pushback is going to be insane, and I don't look. This is not really about Bobby Kennedy because I have my issues with him. It's about the discussion. And if it takes Bobby Kennedy to have this discussion, we need to have this discussion. And something needs to be done. It's not going to happen overnight, but there needs to at least be a first step because what we're doing is not working. So let's have the discussion. And by the way, I'm fine with, if what's her name? Deborah Burke said the other day, we played the cut, that we want to bring Bobby Kennedy before the committee. And we want him to have his data. We will have our data. And, let's have the discussion. Okay, my data says this. Okay, my data says this.
Maybe they can find common ground.
Right? Maybe to Dawn's point, some of the data that people are citing is not accurate or is not correct, or the person might be, discredited. Let's find out. Let's have that conversation because it's the one thing that nobody wanted to talk about during COVID. Nobody wanted to talk about the fact that, the reason we were dying here in the United States at record numbers is because we're freaking unhealthy.
Yes.
That's why. It has nothing to do with a vaccine. It has nothing to do with anything. It's because we have we have morbid comorbid morbidity. What's the term?
Comorbidities.
Comorbidities.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right.
I mean, that's just the
COVID
truth.
was far more likely to kill you if you were a diabetic, if you were dealing with cancer, if you were obese, all these other things, for sure. Last story. We got about 3 minutes here. I don't know. It's like, is Jaguar late to the party? I mean, the whole idea of being a highly successful brand and then trotting out things like DEI and all these silly, ridiculous concepts to sell a product. Did they not pay attention to Bud Light? Like, the time to do this was probably 2018, 2020. By the time we got to 2022, 2023, we started to see the pushback, right? Kohl's, Target, no bigger example than Bud Light with Dylan Mulvaney. Why you would try to do something to appease 1% of society while pushing away your customer base makes no sense. This is K1. I know a lot of people have seen this on social media. Jaguar decided to roll out a brand new ad. And I think they didn't read the room quite correctly. K1, go ahead. What in the world?
Wow. Look at that.
Create exuberant. Live vivid. Delete ordinary. Break molds.
Is that a dude in a dress?
I think that was Charles Manson or Marilyn Manson. Copy nothing. Jaguar.
Wow.
I have no idea what the hell any of that was or how that makes you sell more cars. It was great when Jaguar actually released the ad on their official X account. The first response was Elon Musk. So he's coming in as a competitor, right, with Tesla.
Sure.
And he says, "Don't you sell cars?"
Yeah.
Question mark. And they are being absolutely roasted across the country for possibly being dubbed Bud Light 2.0, which, by the way, speaking of Bud Light, as they try to rebrand their image, did you see who they hired for the latest Bud Light ad? Which actually might go a long way in getting back to just doing funny man-type stuff to reach your clientele. They hired Shane Gillis to do an ad.
That's smart.
Which is brilliant.
Which is, like, it's brilliant, but it's common sense.
We told them to do something like that 2 years ago, didn't we?
Yes. What a
They're
time.
like, hey, I have an idea. Let's try this. Like,
Yes.
hey, you should have tried it 2 years ago. But hey, what do we know, right?
What do I know? I just,
We're just the consumers.
I'm just a guy spouting off into the microphone. All right, that'll do it. We'll come back. Quick break. We'll get to our morning mystery movie clip and Dawn Stensland's Big Three. And then we're going to talk to our buddy Dom coming up at the bottom of the hour. But first, a word from our friends at DuckDuckGo, because it is all about securing your online privacy. And DuckDuckGo is already my app of choice, my search engine that I default to on all of my devices, laptop, smartphone, iPad. But now they're taking it and making it even better with a subscription-based 3-in-1 Privacy Pro service. We're talking about secure VPNs. Anytime, anywhere you go, because we're always mobile. We're always on the move. We're also talking about identity theft restoration and identity theft protection and helping restore anything that gets lost out there by people with sinister intentions. You put way too much out there. I do it as well. Phone numbers, addresses, bank information, social security numbers. Let them take care of it. And they're going to give you an incentive here. Why don't you try it for 7 days? Absolutely free. And when you see how great it is, and there's so many different features that you can play with in the app and see all the spam and all the phishing, the spyware, and all this nonsense out there, it's literally, it goes away. You watch it in real time. It just flutters away. You can see it on the app. I'm not lying. I'm telling you, it's pretty cool. Just do it today. 7-day free trial offer. And then after that, it's just $9.99 per month. Your identity protection is worth $10 a month. It's like 2 cups of coffee. Check it out today. DuckDuckGo.com/1210.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, at Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Hey, it's Rich. As the only winter is coming, water will freeze and thaw around your property and into your foundation, and that's when the worst damage will happen. I used to worry about water, but then Garden State Earthworks solved my water problem for good. When we had our wet basement, it was caused by excess outside stagnant water. We called Garden State Earthworks. They assessed and drained the water away once and for all. Call the guy I trust, Lou Vargo at Garden State Earthworks, 856-848-4444 or GardenStateEarthworks.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano at Batteries Plus Bulbs in Mount Laurel and Northfield. My friend Roy is looking for help. A handy do-it-yourselfer would be ideal. It's a great low-pressure environment with both full-time and part-time jobs available. Plus, if you're the entrepreneurial type, Roy is always interested in bringing in new services. But above all, customer service key. If you're willing to do what it takes to help, you need to talk to Roy. Be part of the team. They power it, they light it, they fix it. Call 856-638-0778. Batteries Plus Bulbs, Mount Laurel and Northfield.
Howard Eskin here, and get game day ready at your local PA Fine Wine and Goods Spirit store with the original Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey for $3 off 750 milliliters and $2 off Jack Daniel's Fire, Honey, and Apple 750s, or a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coke Zero Sugar, now ready to drink in a can for $1 off. Jack Daniel's, born for the tailgate, and please drink responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel's Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and all the % registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a registered trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Well, the cold weather has arrived. But what kind of cold? There's the, yeah, you might take a jacket cold. Then there's the, I can't feel my hands. Those are my hands. Well, I can't feel those either. Cold. And you do not want to be saying that inside your home. Hutchinson Heating and Cooling will not stand for that nonsense. Our experts can have you relaxing as soon as the next day. And if it's a new HVAC system you need, Hutchinson will install a new one with no payments and 0% interest until 2025. Schedule a visit today at hutchcomfort.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Mama, I'm sure all the hand and I just around.
It's Kayal Company, 9:21 Thursday morning. Dom time comes up at noon, but we get Dom in here at 9:30. Big event coming up, Newtown Athletic Club. This Monday, correct? 120 correct. Pheasant Run in Newtown, PA. I'm just looking at the website now.
Yeah.
What a gorgeous facility this is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Whoa.
Yeah. Anybody
right.
who's like from that area or knows that area knows the Newtown Athletic Club and its owner Jim Worthington, who
there you go.
Was also helpful in delivering Pennsylvania to Trump.
There you go. All right, we'll talk to Dom coming up shortly, and a Dawn Stenslin Big 3 in just a few moments. But first, let's play our morning mystery movie clip. Came out in 1976.
Movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Who's this girl you're going out with tomorrow night? How'd you know? You know, don't you think I hear things? A lot of canaries flying around the docks.
Tell you what to do.
Oh, boy.
Take it to the zoo.
Hey, this bum gotta say that.
Who you
All right,
calling
back it
a
up,
bum?
buddy.
I'm calling
Back it
you
up.
a
Okay,
bum.
relax. Buddy's in a bad mood. It's his prostate.
Well, he's always in a bad mood. You know you ought to count your blessings, buddy. You're still a healthy person. You know that?
Buddy doesn't like you.
Yeah.
Now, some guys, they just hate for no reason. Gabish?
Yeah.
Gabish?
Think you know what it is?
What could that be?
Call it 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Yeah, my caller 12, was it Jaws? No, try again. Thank you. All right, but if you know that movie, which came out today in 1976, you will get a pair of tickets to see the Pennsylvania Philharmonic perform the music of John Williams on December 15th, 2024 at the Zlock Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College.
We're approaching 50 years on that movie. Oh, my God. It's crazy. Man.
Where did the time go?
Oh, man.
Where did the time go?
Yeah.
Caller 12, 855-839-1210. You will get the tickets to head to the Zlock Performing Arts Center in Bucks County because everything happens in Bucks County.
True.
Tickets, giveaways, auditoriums, culture wars, schools, elections. Scott Pressler, Bucks County.
This show has all been about Bucks County.
That's
today,
right.
so.
That's right. All right.
Hopefully, Bucks County giving us big numbers. Big numbers today. Thank you.
Yeah, stay with us, Bucks.
Yeah.
All right. We'll see if we get our winner. Dom coming up shortly, but right now, let's get caught up in the world of news. Time for a Dawn Stenslin Big 3 at 9:24.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Good morning. Big 3, sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. And so the latest, as we learn about Philadelphia, a big union, we have the union strike that was averted. This, as we learn that, yes, SEPTA is negotiating a one-year deal, so we're not going to have any kind of a SEPTA strike that would have been very disruptive this morning. We also have another story about privacy and protection. And so when you think about, Ancestry, all those Ancestry sites that you go to and you like do a little mouth swab and then you go through and you give up your swab. What about privacy concerns? The security of your genetic information. Where does that information go?
Could DuckDuckGo help us there as well?
Well, actually, I subscribe to a DuckDuckGo, because we have DuckDuckGo, we have DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro, but you can just subscribe to they put out news stories. And so this one was a CBS News story. DuckDuckGo just had put it out in their newsletter, which I love, and just to make you aware of what's going on. But this is that site 23andMe, which is the ancestry tracing story. And one of the reasons that they're struggling and slashing nearly half of their workforce is because there are so many questions about what happens and what they do with your sensitive genetic testing data.
Wow, yeah.
Well, there were stories, if I remember correctly, there were stories about them being leaked, right?
Yes.
Or being breached or whatever you call it.
I mean, they could take your DNA and frame you for a crime.
Exactly.
They could take your DNA and try to replicate you.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't really care about my family history, but I know there are a lot of people that do, and I just feel like doing this and then sending it somewhere online is just, there's so many risks involved.
I've never had the desire to do it because I know my family history. All the males die at 61. I'm not paying for that. I already know. What else are you going to tell me?
Oh my goodness.
Maybe one of your great-great-grandfathers
lived to be 74.
115.
Yes, that's right.
You don't know.
You never know.
But what they're, they point out, and DuckDuckGo, they in their newsletter, they're pointing out that at least 11 states have indeed passed some privacy laws that would require a customer's consent before your genetic data is actually transferred.
Wow.
Because when you do this, whether it's Ancestry.com or 23andMe, all these sites, a lot of people back in the day thought, oh, that's cool. I can, trace my ancestry. Nobody really thought about, oops, here's a company that now has your DNA, your data. Yep. Can they sell that?
Mm-hmm.
It's just one more layer of thinking about your privacy and how it's actually legal in most states
now,
for them to sell it.
You have done it, Dawn? You've done this as far as researching your family history?
I never did 23andMe, but way back in the day, when Ancestry.com first came out, my husband bought everybody the kit.
Yeah.
And so we all did it then.
Was there any shocking revelations that you were unaware of?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
It's funny. I say this all the time about how it's like, oh, our privacy is being spied on. Our this. So many people have our information. We give it to people. Mm-hmm. We give it to everybody.
Yep.
And we pay to do so.
Because it's convenient. Because I want my face on my phone so I don't have to always type in my passcode and I can just buy things super simple. I have given up that right to complain about privacy.
Yeah.
I have.
I know.
But let's just say this. So for 23andMe, they said 80% of their customers consented. When Apple does this, they'll go, will you, or Google sometimes will do this, will you consent to be part of our research program? That's what they call it, research program.
Yeah.
If you opt in for any of that, then what these stories are saying is that you make yourself vulnerable because you've said yes. Mm-hmm. To the research program,
you're
which
basically
means
signing a contract.
You're basically signing a release, if you will, that you could go out and they could then sell your data or put your data out there, or to Greg's point, that it could be hacked and have a breach there. Mm-hmm. So just and that was thanks to DuckDuckGo, because they put that out in their newsletter just to get us to think about to educate us. There's another piece of that, right?
Yeah, we're just way too willing to give away stuff that should be more protected.
True. That's why if you have not, you hear Nick reading it, Dawn reading it, Rich reading it, if you have not signed up for this Privacy Pro, you need to do it. You need to do it right now.
You really do.
It's like there's so much. This is not a commercial. It's just it's literally it's important. It's important that you do this because God only knows what's out there, and you don't want any more to get out there.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So true. And, one of the things about it I will say is that there are some things that might have one of the thing they offer. The thing I liked about that subscription is that they offer a 3-in-1.
Yeah.
So it kind of covers all of it.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of like that one.
Yep.
Number 3, I just have to point out here that there's renewed calls even this morning and even by Democrats who don't want to be named. So we talked earlier about the fact that even Senate, leader Chuck Schumer on a national level had called for Pennsylvania Senator Bob Casey to call it quits and to concede because they're saying mathematically there's no way he can make up about 20,000 votes.
He's just a wang.
And Fetterman has spoken out about it. So now this movement, I just have this funny feeling going. I think late today, or maybe at some point tomorrow, Casey's going to concede.
I agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
Once Chuck Schumer gets involved, he's like him and Nancy Pelosi are like the grand poobahs of the Democrat Party.
Yeah.
Once they say something, they're like, okay.
Yeah, and Bob, they're not joking. Ask Joe.
It's true. It's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. You are correct on Senslin.
Yeah,
that it's going to happen probably today, maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, nice little Friday news dump.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so either late today or at some point. So we're just watching for that. We're also, I have to say, another thing we're watching for is that I know that there's rain in the forecast, but in some areas, especially the Poconos, we're looking for snow tomorrow.
Oh,
rain and even snow.
Actually, Mangle Mush, one of our YouTube chatters, said that because he's up in the Poconos, he said that it has already changed over to snow.
Great,
so.
Great. We go from 63 in November to snow.
Yeah, well,
I mean, it was beautiful.
That's the Poconos. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's rain changing into snow, but the Poconos and parts of northwest New Jersey could see up to 8 inches of snow is possible.
Wow. Nice.
I'm going to Florida. I've had it.
Well, Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, what a great gift, and the secret to finishing your holiday shopping with 3 locations Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Just visit in person or online, josephanthony.com, where gift cards are always available, josephanthony.com. Thank you, Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. If you've never been, it's an amazing spa experience. So thank you for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. Bill is our winner this morning in the Northeast. Bill, what movie did we play that was not Jaws?
Rocky from 1976.
Wow.
Yes.
It's a hard one.
Today
It's a tough
in
one.
1976. Yeah, hard to believe. 50 years ago, huh?
No, almost 50. It's
Well,
like 48.
48
years.
Yeah. All right, Bill, congratulations. You've got the tickets for the Zlock Performing Arts Center in December.
Thank you.
You're welcome. There he is, Bill in the
Very excited.
Northeast.
I like that.
There we go. We did Rocky. We've done Jaws. Maybe we can work in Home Alone coming up. Any other easy ones? We just give things away.
Well, I
around
mean,
here?
it came out on this day in 1976,
Yeah,
so we
no, I get
we
it.
should at least honor it, right?
Right. We'll criticize Jimmy tomorrow for his worst pick. All right. Coming up next, Dom Giordano,
Yeah.
a big event coming up
This is-
Monday.
This is going to be, everybody should go out to this event at the Newtown Athletic Club on Monday, noon to 3. It'll be broadcasting there. So
How do you attend?
Yeah.
Who is scheduled to appear? Well, Dom will give you the details when we come back here on Kayal and Company.
My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models have sleek new designs and innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And Piazza right now has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles that are available right now across Piazza's Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them. Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Buy low, sell high. It's a cardinal rule of investing. With the market near record highs, you need a proven system that protects what you have earned without sacrificing opportunity for growth.
Jim O'Neill, Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania. With the stock market at record highs, I would recommend taking your money and put it into a crash-proof retirement system. This year, I have earned over 14%, and it can't be taken away.
Gail Schlosser, and I started with Crash Proof Retirement in 2016. I'm getting great returns, up to 12 to 15%, and it's not going to dwindle away in the stock market.
Regina Kukulski, Langhorne. This year, I earned 10.5% interest. I feel really good looking at that because it's not money I lost.
Dolores Queen, Hatboro, Pennsylvania. We have outperformed the market this year, and when we earn 14%, it's ours to keep.
Schedule an appointment by calling 1-800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. When sending a package, why venture outside? Ship with USPS for a true holiday ride. Want to stay cozy and warm? There's no need to roam. With free package pickup and labels printed from home. We have over 600,000 employees always in motion. And before you know it, your gift has delivered emotion. Spread the holiday joy this season with USPS's enhanced network. Learn more at USPS.com/holidayride.
It's a great month to get a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. You'll be thankful because there's so many fabulous offers to take advantage of. Lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. Costco members save even more, up to $2,000 in additional rebates. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships really do matter.
Hi, everyone. This is Dom Giordano here with my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz, we've talked about your cutting-edge, state-of-the-art care. Why is that so vital?
It sure helps me diagnose and elevate the level of care I can offer if I'm using the latest technology. I use it on a normal, everyday basis, and I can see things that it's just missed. It's not misdiagnosed, but you can't see something that your equipment won't allow you to. So I feel that if I can't utilize what's out there, and it takes a lot to be trained on it, feel comfortable, that can work for everyone. Not just these advanced cases, but it gives you a very consistent, efficient, and predictable result.
Dr. Bentz and the team at Bentz Dental Group provide solutions for the most complex dental cases. Call Dr. Bentz today at 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Bentz Dental Group, say it with a smile.
See Joe Conklin at Parks Casino with the world-renowned City Rhythm Orchestra for a special Conklin's Comedy Night Christmas show. Thursday nights, December 5th and 19th.
'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house there were no presents for Jerry Jones, 'cause he's such a louse.
It's Conklin's Comedy Night Christmas show with City Rhythm at Parks Casino, December 5th and 19th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Don't wanna wait till you know me better.
9:38, Kayal and Company live on a Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, the free Odyssey app, and on YouTube. And joining us now, and you will be able to see him on YouTube, Dom Giordano. Woo! He's coming up at noon today.
Yeah.
Big time event coming up this Monday. Dom, good morning. How are you?
Very well, Nick. Just one editor's note on that genetic testing. On my mother's side of the family, allegedly there was a woman 6'10".
What?
So
Wow.
I would have been in the NBA. I could help the Sixers.
Gina was a
At
man.
any age, at any time, right now, particularly at 6'10".
Well, there you go.
He was a guy.
I'm assuming there's probably some DNA on your side of the family with the golf game, because you've been known to swindle me out of some strokes and some cash and some drinks
I want
as
to be
well.
part of the Odyssey Cup. It shouldn't just be you and Mike Opelka.
You're in this year. We're going to get it going again in 2025. But that'll come after the Athletic Club live broadcast. Those who helped deliver Trump, Pennsylvania, big event coming up. First of all, tell the audience how they can attend and what the schedule of guests looks like right now.
Well, we're going to have the Mount Rushmore is what we built it, Nick. And the Mount Rushmore are Scott Presler, who is beyond hot after that speech the other day. Jim Worthington, who was the biggest fundraiser for President Trump in the entire country. He owns the NAC. He's the one that talked the McDonald's guy into allowing that extravaganza. And of course, Linda Kearns, if she's not on 3 of our shows at once that day, she is Election Integrity Central, which got a lot of listeners to buy in. The fourth, really, I put on there, the host and listeners of Talk Radio 1210. I think this was the biggest platform to deliver Pennsylvania for Trump, without a doubt.
Amen. Look at you.
Yep.
I love that.
No
Dr.
question.
Giordano,
No
thank you.
question.
Yep.
And one of the most significant players, the impact players, it's always funny. You talk about like sports and they go through starting lineups and they say, you want to focus in on this impact player. Scott Presler has just had such an impact. I just wanted to get your quick thoughts on his presentation. I played it in the Big Take today, about 3.5 minutes long. Stalker was ready to kill me. He hates long clips, but I thought Presler just absolutely nailed it in that presentation.
He did, and what he's careful about, Nick, he's not some guy who says wild stuff. If you notice, he said peacefully, we're coming after you, and we're coming after all these other things. He even got Diane Marseglia to comment, bring it on, which is the immortal words around this. And it has gotten, by my last count, about 3 million views at least. He is a figure when you see him in person, it's almost out of a Hollywood movie. 6'5", the hair, he pushes it back for the formal occasions, the boots, and he's got all these catchphrases and lines. And even if you call his cell, he says, "Are you registered to vote at your address?" It's unbelievable how relentless this is.
Yes, it is pretty impressive, and we need that. We need that on this side because the relentless Democrats on the other side have had a lot of victories recently up until this year, and it's nice to have somebody push back.
So, Dom, is the event on Monday just like a way to say thank you to these individuals, like the Linda Kerns and the Scott Presslers and the Jim Worthingtons?
Yeah, I think it's a celebration, Greg, of all that was accomplished here for everybody, including the listeners. Jim Worthington, as you know, said 100 sandwiches you need, we'll have them there. Beverages, we'll have it. He's very generous.
Yeah.
And it's a look forward, though.
Yep.
Because what happens next, the beginning with Trump, is going to be really impactful. And down the road, Scott Presler is going to come to Jersey. Linda Kearns continues in her role. Yeah. Jim Worthington is even more at the Trump level as far as fundraiser, inside pipeline. And of course, Talk Radio 1210 will continue to monitor and I think drive a lot of this.
Free, it's a free event, right?
Free, no registration, just show up, say hello, meet
Awesome.
Presler, Worthington, and a bunch of surprise guests and others, maybe nationally calling in, congratulating them at the same time. It's going to be, it's a spectacular place. And all roads, how do they all lead through Bucks County? Day after day, that's what happens.
That's correct.
I have to give Dom credit too. Like, this is all the brainchild of him. Like, he's the one who, works these contacts. He's the one who brings this all. Like, he brought this all to me, and I was like, hell yeah, we're doing this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This is gonna be a great event. So everybody needs to come out and support these individuals.
That's
and
right.
Support Dom.
Newtown Athletic Club, 120 Pheasant Run, Newtown, PA, 18940. Dom, best of luck. Have a great show today, and best of luck with the presentation Monday as you broadcast live.
Thank you. And Dan may do a push-up. We've been told there.
What?
You want to witness that?
One push-up?
One push-up. He might be committed to two if Jim really gets on him.
He can't do one?
Well, Greg, you have the producer's test. I don't know if you've lowered the standards or not.
We've lowered the standards to get people in the door.
It's unbelievable. It's great.
Great stuff, Dom. Thanks, pal.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks, guys.
You got it. There he is, Dom Giordano. One push-up. My God. Pressler's going to bust out like 50 of them. We'll do push-ups with Pressler. He'll put the hair in the ponytail, take the boots off.
I'm not sure about that.
Well, you never know. I didn't realize he's 6'5".
Yeah.
Stalker, what are you, 6'2"?
6'2", yeah.
Borowski's, what's he, 6'8"?
He's tall. He's 6'7".
Dom's got somebody 6'10" in his family. Maybe the 1210 WPHT.
Allegedly a woman.
Dawn had the joke of the century that just kind of went over everybody's head.
Oh, Sheena was a man?
She's the best. Dawn is like a little sniper. You know what I mean? She says things just low enough that the audience can hear it, but it kind of goes over people's heads.
Yeah, she does.
And you really have to, she brings it every day.
We want to hit that hard.
Right.
The sniper of 1210 WPHT.
Amazing. We might put together a better basketball lineup than the Sixers can trot out right now.
It's true.
Unbelievable. And we'd win more games. Yeah. All right, we'll come back, find out what occurred today in music history and what's on tap for the Dawn Show on the other side.
Yeah, we were just talking about privacy, and sometimes it's privacy, your security, things that you do in your everyday life, sites that you check out, whether it's, one of those sites, you want to check your ancestry. Oh, yeah, my dad's side, all Scandinavian. I want to see if I have any relatives. And before you know it, your security, your privacy is breached with that kind of data that's out there. No matter what it is, I trust DuckDuckGo. So I started using them years ago. They're a locally based company. They're great people. And do they profit? Do they make money with legit ads? Yes, they do. But they just don't do the creepy stuff and add on the tracking. So when I heard about DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro, I was in. And especially because it's a 3-in-1 subscription process. So in other words, there are some sites you could go a la carte, but you're going to pay so much more. I love the fact that this is basically a bundle of 3 important pieces here. And that's why you need to do this. You need to do it today. Okay. And there's a free offer here that you can just please do this today. I'm serious. Do this before lunchtime today. DuckDuckGo Pro, Privacy Pro, DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro, I should say. So it's this 3-in-1 service, Privacy Pro. It includes the DuckDuckGo VPN, personal information removal, and number 3, identity theft restoration. So it's 3 features for the price of 1. It protects your personal info from being exploited by those creepy hackers that I talk about all the time. Plus, yes, it's from DuckDuckGo, which I trust. Their browser, the search engine, they already have millions of users, and they have thousands of 5-star reviews. That's important too. I did research them. VPN, here's the thing. You get this extra layer of online protection. Yesterday, I was out with my son. We've been doing college visits, and we were actually out of state over the weekend. Again, yesterday afternoon all day at a different college site. And I'm just feeling secure because you know what? I have the DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro VPN, which means wherever I am on the road, my VPN, my Wi-Fi connection is safe. How great is that to just say, and you don't have to log in. You don't have to do anything, quite frankly. I love that. It's fantastic. And I know that I'm secure no matter where I'm going. And then I've talked about that removal piece. So if, God forbid, somebody has traced you, tracked you, they've taken your personal information, and it's out there on some site, don't worry. No worries here, because DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro is going to help you get that off of there and remove it. And that's the 3-in-1 approach that I'm talking about. So here's the thing. For $9.99 a month, you get all of this, but I want you to go to duckduckgo.com/1210, and you're going to get a 7-day free trial of this. duckduckgo.com/1210. I want you to do this. Tell them Dolan sent you.
For some jobs around the house, it's okay to do it yourself. For others, not so much. Like your water heater. Replacing a water heater should only be done by a plumbing professional who can provide a safe installation for you and your family. For a long-lasting, reliable water heater, ask your pro about Bradford White. How you heat your water matters, and Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best for years of dependable service. To learn more and find an installation pro near you, visit bradfordwhite.com.
Get into the holiday spirit and listen to Philly's official Christmas station, B101, for all the sounds of the season, from Mariah to the holiday classics.
It's the most wonderful.
Plus, keep rocking around the Christmas tree no matter where you are with B101 on the free Odyssey app. Turning your home into a winter wonderland? Ask your smart speaker to play B101 Philly. Enjoy the holiday season your way on the radio, on your smart speaker, and on the free Odyssey app.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're listening to that new financial podcast that's hotter than your morning coffee, flipping through that financial guru's 1,000-page book on simple finances, or getting tips from a coworker that actually sound kind of interesting, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers.
Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos with memories you'd love to share with the family this Christmas? Right now, get exclusive early access to Legacy Box's biggest deal of the year. Digitize your memories for just $9 per tape. That's right, only $9 to preserve and share your precious moments. VHS, VHS-C, Hi8, film reels, and more, saving you over $15 per item. Not to mention, when you digitize your memories now, Legacy Box sends all your memories back on the cloud, so they're easy to access by Christmas, and you can relive them with your family just in time for the holidays. You've heard about Legacy Box all year, but now is the best time to digitize your memories. Hurry, this $9 deal won't last long. Head to legacybox.com/value for early access to our best deal of the year. Don't wait. Secure your digitized memories by Christmas at legacybox.com/value.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Is this on? Hello, hello, hello.
It's Kayal and Company, 9:52. As we continue, it's a Thursday morning. Dawn show coming up 7 minutes from now. We'll find out what she has lined up top of the hour in just a few moments. But in the studio right across from me is Phil Almquist. And that could mean only one thing. What occurred today in music history?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Thursday, November 21st, we celebrate the birthdays of Alex James from Blur, who's 56, and Lonnie Jordan from War, who's now 76. Heavenly birthday shout-out to Dr. John, who died on this day in 2019. We also lost David Cassidy in 2017. Sings include Man on the Moon by R.E.M. in 92, Golden Years by Bowie in 75, and Voices by Disturbed in 2000. Albums include A Night at the Opera by Queen in 75, Seven and the Ragged Tiger by Duran Duran in 83, High Infidelity by REO Speedwagon in 80, and Presto by Rush in 1989. Also in 70, the Partridge Family was atop the singles chart. In 91, Aerosmith was on the Flaming Moe's episode of The Simpsons.
Great episode.
In 75, Elton John gets a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. In 88, Jimmy Page embarks on his first ever UK solo tour. And on this day in 95, Billy Joe Armstrong of Green Day is arrested for mooning the audience during a show in Milwaukee. He pays a $141.50 fine for indecent exposure. But lastly, on this day in 92, Adam Sandler sings the Thanksgiving song for the very first time on SNL's Weekend Update. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
I'll never forget when the Partridge Family made a cameo in Married with Children.
If I never hear that stupid Thanksgiving song by that dope Adam Sandler, I can't.
I think we play it next Tuesday before we break.
I'll pull out the episode 4 edition of that next week.
Beautiful. All right, Dawn Stensland, top of the hour. What do we have lined up in about 5 minutes?
Yeah, we the big story today, and we are on Casey concession speech watch. So will Dave McCormick be stopping by? Will we hear from the lesser Casey? Will he concede? We'll talk to Bucks County residents, reaching out to Linda Kearns as well. She was involved in the witnessing, one of the hundreds who were witnessing the recount yesterday. That recount continuing today. What's going on with Pennsylvania's recount? So we'll talk to all of these different individuals, whether it's Linda Kearns as well as we've got Joan, we've got Meg Brock. So a lot going on. And then coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, we will definitely check in on a story you're going to love, taking you to outer space.
Cool.
What does the space program look like? Yeah. We see Elon Musk, but locally our own astronaut, if you will, takes us to outer space and what this means for space exploration. schools and the inspiration of young people.
Okay. Dawn Show coming up in just about 4 minutes. Everybody have a great rest of your Thursday. We'll talk to you tomorrow for a Friday edition of Kayal and Company at 6 a.m.
Good night, everybody. This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
What a fun season this is for Eagles fans. After a 2-2 start with some dark clouds, the Birds took off like a rocket. 6 straight wins, an 8-2 record. Can you even imagine what it must be like to live in New York or the surrounding areas, to put all of your hopes and dreams in the Giants or Jets? First the Mets, and then the Yankees fell just short, and now their football teams are scraping the bottom. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese. People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring, or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, they've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of their local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community.